Ladies and gentlemen, today is Tuesday, August 27th, 2024. I am Marussia Dark of Serket Studios, and in this stream we're going to do something a little bit different. Normally our art streams have just been sort of a live Q&A session, just watching me draw things for the channel, but this is going to be a little bit more of a semi-structured lecture series, following in our philosophy that anyone can draw. If you are watching this from the future and coming from YouTube or another link and checking out the VOD, I will try to have timestamps for everything below so that you can jump to whatever section you feel is most relevant to where you are in your artistic journey. However, before we get into that, I have a couple announcements to make. First of all, we will have a hard cap on this of about 6 o'clock, after which we'll be breaking for dinner, and then after that we will begin the Sasquatch Bee Studios Game Jam, doing the GDD and coming up with the concept for it after the theme is announced. So that will be around roughly 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So if you want to see our live stream development of that and are interested in game design, be sure to subscribe so that you know when we have videos like that coming out. We'll be doing that all of this week and some of next week as well. Other announcements, if you do like the stuff that we produce on this channel, if you're interested in art or writing or game design or level design, puzzle design, or just gaming content in general, we have tons of videos, playlists that you can check out. And we ask that you try and help support this channel so that we can do more content like this to help give back to all of you. Ways you can do that is obviously Patreon, Coffee, and YouTube memberships. We have lots of nice perks. You can get private one-on-one consultations, for instance, and join us in members-only live streams. But this will be for public consumption, free of charge. Do I have any other announcements to make? Yes, so after the Sasquatch Studios Game Jam in the early September, we will be doing the Brackies Game Jam as well. And then after that, we will be hopefully progressing into our regular video content and also doing devlogs for our upcoming game, The Alchemask. But before we get into all of that, I'm sure you are probably wondering, who are you and why should I care about any of this? So as I said, I am Marussia Dark, one of the co-founders of this Serket Studios that you're watching, a small indie outfit where we make games and apps and other such things. Many of you also don't know that I am apparently a published author with 3 separate novels to my name, and I have done the artwork for all of these, both the covers and a lot of the interior stuff. So just as a little bit of proof that I know what I am doing when it comes to art, doing nice maps and all that jazz. That is something that you're interested in. There's a link down in the description. You can purchase those books. If you're a lover of fantasy and are tired of remakes and rehashes of just old crap and are looking for something genuinely new and exciting. I am also a graduate of the Savannah College of Art and Design, as well as the Barnstone Studios. I spent a semester studying there in Pennsylvania. For those who may not know the name Myron Barnstone, he is essentially the professor of professors. He is somebody whom art teachers, especially from my alma mater over at SCAD, would go to study from. So it was an honor and a privilege to spend a summer learning from him. And some of what we're going to be talking about is adapted from some of his lessons as well. I have also taught art students in the past. I've been drawing for roughly 30 years. And I'm also a moderator and curator of the K and Kale Discord, for those of you who know Keenan Lafferty. I consider him a friend and mentor as well. We're guarding his Discord while he is currently away. For those of you who might not know who he is, he did a bunch of concept art for Blizzard and a number of other companies. So any of the splash art that you see on League of Legends, for instance, he is one of the people that worked on that. So that is just a little bit of my background to establish who I am and why you should care. So we're going to get into... This is just a brief overview of what we're going to be talking about in this stream. So starting with the idea that anyone can draw. So some of you, if you are new to art, you may still be under the hypnotic delusion that art is some sort of divine talent or natural ability, that it is something that is beyond your reach. I'm here to assure you that that is most emphatically not the case. And if you are not convinced of that, I have an entire video talking about that very concept to try and help dispel that mindset from you, called The Programmer's Guide to Art. And similarly, if you are already an artist who has the same feelings about coding and programming, I have a video for you there as well. But assuming that you have overcome that mindset and you think that art is something that is within your grasp, if only you had a good system and good tutorials for how to do it, this is going to be the stream for you. We're going to assume that you know nothing here. Normally, a general policy that I have is if I don't know what somebody knows, I tend to assume that they know nothing and start from the barest of bare bones and work my way up from there. Some of you who may have a little bit more experience, some of this stuff will seem a bit repetitive at times, but I find that people need to be reminded more than they need to be taught. So hopefully you will bear with us there. And as I said, in the future, I will have this timestamp so you can jump around to different points in the stream. One thing I will ask, and I have a pinned comment about this as well, is that while I'm giving this presentation, you try and keep questions and comments topical to what we're talking about here. If there's something that you don't understand in the course of any of this, feel free to ask in the live stream, or in the future, if you're watching this after, you can leave comments and I will do my best to answer them, and maybe we will do follow-ups of this in the future. In fact, I'm sure that we will. But this is going to be sort of a crash course, drawing 101, for any of you who is struggling with that. So I'm just going to go through this briefly. So we're going to talk about the artist's alphabet. We will leave light and color and rendering for their own separate lecture. Depending on whether we are able to get through all of this stuff, maybe I will tack it on at the end, but more than likely it will be its own separate lecture. So I will explain what the artist's alphabet is for those of you who have never heard of that, and then we will talk about how to actually apply it, beginning with how to correctly draw angles. Angles will be something that will be very important for us in terms of what is known as constructive drawing, which is basically how we apply basic symbols and combine them together to draw pretty much anything. Talking a little bit about different spatial dimensions, a brief aside about 4D toys, which is an interesting project to kind of help with a bit of abstract thinking, but we won't go too in-depth to that. I'm just going to show off what it is, and you guys can follow down that rabbit hole at your leisure. Then we will get into actually applying this using the Drawing 101 lecture that I had learned when I was studying at the Barnstone Studios, which is constructing bottles. I know from the title and thumbnail of this video that we were talking about drawing Pokemon, but this is going to be, as I said, an introduction to that, and we'll get to Pokemon later once we understand how to apply the fundamentals to basic still lifes, basic objects. And you'll see how all this ties together as we get in. Talking about notional space, shape language, being able to divide up a space into equal parts, so halves, thirds, quarters, fifths, etc. That's a generally useful skill. Being able to draw circles and ellipses in a constructive way, in a consistent and repeatable way. not just drawing them freehand, although we will do a little bit of that as well, but just showing you how to technically construct them if that is something that you need to do. And then once you learn how to draw things like circles and ellipses, then you can draw other related shapes such as cylinders, cones, spheres. Brief talk about golden rectangles and root rectangles in their relationship to composition. I'm not going to do a full deep dive into that. There'll be more of a getting your feet wet kind of thing. I will save more of that for its own lecture as well, because composition is sort of a separate topic, a separate skill set. And in this one, we're mainly just focused on, getting you up to speed with how to actually put something on paper and draw something in any pose or position by breaking it down and understanding how that object works and being able to reconstruct it in any form that you like. Once we go over shape language, so then we'll talk a little bit about linear perspective. I'm not going to talk about atmospheric perspective in this. That, again, will be its own lecture, probably when we get to talking about rendering. But I have a little bit of a gripe with the way that linear perspective is normally taught. So I will show you my technique for understanding it, and hopefully it should be a lot more intuitive and a lot more applicable to whatever it is that you're trying to do, and we'll get to that a little bit later. After we go over perspective, I will show you how to project things onto a plane so you can draw more complex shapes. So for instance, if an object is sort of like a blobby curve and you want to be able to reproduce that consistently and repeatably, I'll show you how to do that. And then similarly, once we understand how to do it on a flat plane, then it's related to how to draw it on a curved surface as well. That's a little bit more complex, but I will show you a technique for doing that. So after we get through all of that basic stuff, then we will finally get on to the heart of the matter of drawing Pokemon. And the reason I use Pokemon is just because it's something that everybody is kind of familiar with. They're very easy to draw. They're very big. Many of them are very beginner friendly, as you'll see later. And also it's something that is popular enough that you could theoretically go and start doing commission work if you get good enough at doing it. Obviously, it is a multi-billion-dollar industry for a reason, so there is always more to be gained from that. And talking about the difference between concept art and model sheets. So model sheets will be a very big core component of how we actually apply the system. I'll talk about what they are, why we use them, and how that you can apply those concepts. And then we'll actually get into drawing some examples so that you can see how to apply these concepts to something that is highly relevant. Starting with some of the easier ones and then going up to some of the more difficult ones. So that is the general overview for us today. So just a quick shout out, welcome TechnaJade to the chat. If you have any questions at any point, again, feel free to ask them in the live stream, but otherwise I am going to get into the first part of this lecture, which is talking about the artist's alphabet. So we have the artist's alphabet. So I had mentioned before that I am a published author. And if you were to come to me and you told me that you wanted to be a writer, then obviously I could teach you all the techniques of characterization, coming up with plot, generating outlines, creating conflict, themes, dialogue, all that jazz. But before you can learn how to write, you first have to learn how to read. And before you can learn how to read, you first have to learn your alphabet. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, or different languages have different alphabets. So an alphabet is basically just a set of symbols, either visual or linguistic if you're, or audible if you are speaking it, And in the English alphabet, we have 26 characters, so A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way up to Z, plus a couple of punctuation marks, you know, full stops, commas, all that stuff. And each of those symbols is sort of given a definition for what they are, how they sound, how to pronounce them, and you may recall your own parents or teachers, when you first learned how to read, they would say to sound out words, and that is essentially how you learn to combine those symbols together to form longer strings. So if you had A, B, C, you would rearrange them in a particular order to form a word like cab, for instance, right? If you had A, C, T, you could form act, you could form cat. So even though we only have a limited number of base elements, it's the combination of those elements, the construction of those words and phrases, that is what allows us to create writing and eventually read and create books and novels and anything else along those lines. Well, the same is true with regards to art. We have a limited number, I believe it is roughly 13 characters, maybe a little bit more, that might be 15. We'll see as we go through. And these are like your ABCs of drawing. So if you can draw these elements, you can draw anything, as you will see momentarily. So the very first one that we have is the point or dot. And this is a 0-dimensional object. So 0 dimension meaning it just is a coordinate in space. It just exists somewhere. It has no size. It is infinitely small. If you've ever read the book Flatland, which I highly recommend to all of you, whether you are into programming, art, mathematics, philosophy, or just in general, it is a good book to sort of expand your abstract thinking. They have the concept of point land. So a point is just a place that exists in space. It could be here, it could be here, it could be here, it could be anywhere. Okay. Once we take 2 points and combine them together, then we start to get in the one-dimensional region. So we have lines. So we have horizontal lines, vertical lines, and diagonal lines. So a line is just it's just an infinite set of points in one direction. This being the axis, the one dimension. You could also have a line segment, which is a section of that. So something like that. So lines are the first stage of abstraction. So horizontal lines generally convey a sense of order, stability, calm. Vertical lines usually command a sense of imposing, wonder, mysticism. We can go into all the details about the various symbology of lines. And then diagonal lines generally tend to represent things like action, movement, danger. If you're familiar with cinema, the idea of like a Dutch angle, where you have something tilted at an angle, gives it more visual interest. Triangles eventually are composed of those. And so the last, I guess technically these would be 2-dimensional, but they kind of exist between 1 and 2 dimensions. These are curves. Let me draw a little bit better curve there. Okay. So curves, generally sometimes called arabesques. You may see in art stores, you have like those little French curves, which is the way that people used to draw curves in graphic design back in the day. But a curve is basically just a series of points that are in a line, but that line is not necessarily a straight line. You can't you can't say that all of them are connected in the same way. So for instance, if I have a curve like this, and I try to draw a point through any two of them, okay, I'll hit a different number of points. Sometimes it'll be 3, sometimes it'll be 2 points, sometimes it'll just be 1 point. Curves generally represent a sense of flow and motion and elegance. And we can also combine curves. We can combine straight lines to form curves. So if I have a series of points like this, and then I come in and I hug the tangents of these points, like so, then I'm able to reproduce the same curve consistently just by knowing where these tangent points are and where these anchor points are. If you've ever worked in a 3D vector program or Blender or anything along those lines, you may be familiar with the idea of Bezier curves. Let me draw that a little neater. So Beziers, sometimes called splines or B-splines. These are just different ways of generating these curves from a series of straight lines. If you look at a lot of traditional art, a lot of anime, manga use this especially, you'll see that they don't necessarily use curves in a lot of things. They will use a series of straight lines and then just sort of round out those lines as well. So let me give you an example of what that looks like real quick. Give me 1 second. Okay, so here we have an image of Goku, very famous image, very famous character. So see how these curves on his hair, you can actually draw a straight line from here to here, and then from here to here, here to here. And in fact, let me bring this into Krita so I can show you more easily. So even though these all look like curves, if I were to draw over them, you can see that there's actually structure underneath all of this. And so we're able to create complex curves just from combining a series of straight lines. Right? This is very obviously a straight line. This one down here, and so forth. Okay, and then the artist just goes in and, let me draw this in a new color. They'll go and they'll follow these and just kind of round them off like so, just to soften them up and make them more flowy. So if we know what the length and the angle of each of these lines is, we can reproduce this same shape again and again and again, versus if we were to try and freehand this shape, we might get a version like that, we might get a version like that, and all of these are clearly different. Whereas if we say, okay, we start here, we go up at this angle, stop there, we go at this angle. We can reproduce that again and again and again. So straight lines and curves are essential to drawing pretty much anything. I will get into a little bit later how we go about finding the size and angles of these. Something to note as well, just a brief aside, is if I were to ask you among these 5 shapes, they're not even really shapes, these 5 symbols that we've drawn so far, which of these appears in nature? Okay, just maybe take a second, pause the video if you're watching in replay, and just think about that for a second. So the answer is that there are only 2 of these that appear in nature. So you have the points. There are spots all over everything in nature. Everything can be described as existing in a particular space. And then the curves, right? There are no straight lines in nature. Straight lines are a human abstraction. They are a mathematical construct. And that word abstraction is going to be very important for us going forward because artists don't really draw what they see. What they do is they take complex forms, they simplify them down, they abstract out, like what you just saw us do with the hair there, and then they recombine them and rebuild them up from there. So if we go back to our image of Goku, okay, a human being does not look like this. Set aside like the stereotype of anime hair, right? Even if this were realistically rendered, right, hair would not look like that, all right, no matter how realistic or photorealistic it looks, right, unless you were taking a literal photograph, and even then a photograph is just 3D space squashed down, okay? So everything that we do in art is an abstraction. It's a lie, essentially, right? I say all the time, you know, artists are thieves and liars, right? We copy from each other all the time. We are tricking the audience all the time. That is just an inherent part of art and drawing that you just have to get comfortable with. It's not immoral, you know, it's just the way that we're able to generate these images. Obviously, don't do anything unethical, but coming back to our artist's alphabet. So once we have an understanding of how points, lines, and curves work, then we can start to combine them together. So we have 2D shapes. So we have triangles, quadrilaterals, and circles for the, or ellipses for the most part. And we could talk about, you know, complex polygons as well. But really, these are just a combination of smaller shapes like triangles. In fact, even quads are technically a combination of 2 triangles. So a triangle, obviously, is any shape that has 3 sides, 3 angles, 3 points. So we have scalene triangles, where all of the sides are different. We have isosceles triangles, where 2 of the sides are different. I'm sorry, 2 of the sides are the same, and 1 is different. And then you have equilateral triangles, where all of the sides and all of the angles are the same. And then we have things like, you know, right triangles, where one of the angles is 90 degrees. You know, we've got acute triangles, where all of the angles are less than 90 degrees. And then we have so-called obtuse triangles where one of the angles is greater than 90 degrees. And then quads, we have squares where all of the sides and all of the angles are the same and parallel to one another. We have rectangles where we have two pairs of parallel sides. All of these are right angles. You've got parallelograms, which is basically a rectangle where the corners are not 90 degrees. You have rhomboids, which are squares, where all of the sides are not 90 degrees. And then you have trapezoids, where two of the sides are parallel, but two of the sides are not. And then you have sort of, I'm pretty sure those are the only ones that you can form. I don't think it's possible to have any other shape where you don't have one of those four conditions. I could be wrong. But the idea behind these is, and this will get into perspective later, but we can take a square, and if we were to stretch it out in one dimension, that will form a rectangle. If we skew it, then we get the parallelograms. But if we rotate it in space, then we get a trapezoid. So let me show you what that looks like real quick. So let's just say we have a square like this. The square being the basis of everything. So if I stretch it out like this, then we see we get a rectangle, and I can go this way as well. I can rotate it and do the same thing, and these are still all 90 degrees. If I were to skew this, then you see we get a rhomboid or a parallelogram. It would be a rhomboid if all four of these were the same length. And then if I take this and I were to rotate it in 3D space, the effect that I would get would be something like that. And you can kind of start to see how, picture you're looking at a room, for instance, right? A square room, but in perspective. So I could take this and shrink it down. And I would have something more or less like that. And we could start to see how that's essentially a room in perspective. Okay, but all I did was take a square and tilt it back and scale it a little bit. So going back to our artist's alphabet, the actual symbol that we use here is the square. And then a circle is just defined as all of the points that are the same distance from another point. And then an ellipse is just the same thing, where I have a circle, but I'm tilting it in space. So I'll show you what that looks like real quick. So if I have a circle, I can stretch it. And the same thing if I rotate it. And you can kind of see how this would be a circle. I'm not going to dump this because there's water in it, but you know what cups look like. So you know that this is a perfect circle. And if I were to tilt it forward or back, you can see that the circle gets squashed or stretched. And we'll get into a little bit more of that when we talk about perspective. That's kind of a little bit of foreshadowing as to my particular method for doing that. So if you can understand how to draw triangles, squares, and circles, you can draw pretty much any shape from that. So the last part of our artist's alphabet is when we go from 2D into 3D. So we have 2D shapes and we have 3D forms. Okay. So I'm not going to get into like the complex mathematical names for all of these, but for simplicity's sake, you've got pyramids, you've got cones, you've got cubes or boxes, you have cylinders, and then you have spheres. If I could spell correctly. Okay, so you can see how these would be made up of these same 2D shapes. So a pyramid, sometimes called a tetrahedron or a polyhedron. You could have a triangle base, you could have a square base, you could have any sort of polygon size base. But the idea is that they all converge to the same point. Cone is the same thing, but with a circle. A cylinder is just a circle projected in space. And then a box is just a square projected in space. And then a sphere, much like the circle is the set of all points that are equidistant from some middle point in 2D space, a sphere is the set of all points that are equidistant from a single point in 3D space. And then the last two things that we have are value, sometimes called lightness, sometimes called brightness, this is the relative lightness or darkness of an object. So if I were to take, let's say, this brush here, and we can see we can get different shades. And then the last thing that we have is, go back to my pencil tool. And then the last thing that we have is color, which is just hue, value, and saturation, different wavelengths of light. I'm not going to get into value and color in this episode because those are both complex, in-depth topics in their own right. But just so you know that those are the basic symbols that we use in the artist's alphabet. So just to recap, you have points, you have horizontal lines, you have vertical lines, you have diagonal lines, you have curves, you have triangles, you have squares, you have circles, you have pyramids, cones, cubes, cylinders, spheres, value, and color. Okay, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, so less than the English alphabet. You have 15 symbols that you have to learn in order to be able to draw anything. So if you can draw these things, then you are well under your way to being able to draw anything. So now let's talk about how to actually draw lines for a second here. So you may have seen artists in the wild doing like this kind of a thing where they hold up their pencil or their brush and they're just kind of squinting and they've got their thumb on it, and it's like, what is that all about? So what that's about is they're using first of all, they're holding their arm all the way out, right? No bend in it, so that they get a consistent distance away. And they're using the tip of their implement and where their thumb or finger lines up to basically use that as a scale reference. So if we take an image here, let's go back to Goku for a second. So if I were to hold up my pen, and let's say I want to find what the length of this line is to here, from this point to this point. So I would hold up my pen, and I would put one end at one of those points, and then slide my finger down to the other side. And so from this distance where I'm sitting, that would be the length of that line. So then I can use that same distance to then plot that somewhere else. And this is called sighting and measuring. So sighting and measuring. Okay, so I'm going to go from this point to this point. So say I want to redraw this over here. Okay, so I start at this particular point, and I would hold up my pen. Now I would say, okay, it's that angle. And so let me actually do this with my offhand. So that I can position the mouse to about there, okay? And so that will be the distance for that line. And I can do the same thing for, my mic is not in the way. So I can do the same thing for this point right here. Okay. So now I have the lengths of those lines. And so now that I have this measurement and a way to get this measurement every time, I can draw this particular shape consistently as many times as I want, right? So I can draw it over here. I can draw it over here. So very oftentimes in practice, artists will just kind of guess at these distances, and you'll develop a feel as you work and practice for roughly how large things are relative to one another. Right, so I can say that this is roughly like 1.5 times the size of that. So if I just swing an arc down like this, that looks about right. If I swing an arc down like this, that looks about right. Maybe even a little bit longer. Okay, so that's a way that you can start to draw things consistently. Now you can also use your pen or your brush and hold up that particular angle and be able to get that angle consistently, as long as you're not turning your hand, you're just moving it back and forth, okay? But a better way to judge angles is using what I call the clock face method. So Those of you who have not grown up in a completely digital world, you may recognize an analog clock face like this. So let's just bring this in a second. And actually, let me do this in Illustrator because it'll be easier to draw it. So remember that I said that artists don't draw what we see. We abstract out, we simplify things down. We try to make it so that we can reproduce it, because that's ultimately the entire point of art, is trying to be able to reproduce either something that is out in the world or something that we imagine in our heads. So if I come over here, right, all of you have sort of an intuitive sense of what a clock looks like and what these particular angles are. So we have 12 different angles for each of the hours, and then 12 different angles for sort of the halfway points in between the half-hour marks. So that's 24 angles in total. Realistically, in practice, for any particular drawing, you don't need more than 7 usually, because you want them to all kind of reinforce one another. But if I just come here and say, in fact, let's make this red. Right, so I've got a line like that. So I can go 12 o'clock, I can go to right, I can go to 1:30, 1 o'clock. I'm sorry. So 12:30, 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock, 2:30, and so forth, right? So if I rotate this, something, let's do the 12s. Obviously, I'm a little bit off there. We could be even more precise about this. If I just said transform, rotate. So 360 divided by 12 is 30 degrees. Right, so copy. Let's center that there. Okay, so we have those 12 angles, and I copy that and rotate that again, and we'll make these ones blue. And let's just reduce the size a little bit. Turn off scaling strokes and effects for now. Okay. So those are pretty much all of the angles that you would ever need. Now, because of your experience out in the real world with looking at clocks, being able to tell time, you have sort of an intuitive sense of what these angles are. So now, if we go back to Goku here, so now I can use my clock face and I can say, okay, that looks like it's about 12:30. So if I come here, right, so if this is straight up and down is 12 o'clock, so here is 3 o'clock, so a third of that would be 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, so I'm going to 1:30. That would be this angle here. And then from here to here, looks like about 2 o'clock. And so without sighting and measuring, that's another way that you can consistently and repeatedly draw these different angles. And again, I can sort of eyeball this and say, this is about 1.5 times the size of that. So I would say, I'll call that like 2/3. So if I come to the 2/3 mark and I just draw an arc up like that, then wherever this circle meets this line, that's where that point ends. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense to all of you. So I can come back to Illustrator. I can do this same thing. So we have our 1:30 line, and then our 2 o'clock line, which is this one. So if I were to center a circle on here, going to about the 2/3 line, the 2/3 point, then where this intersects, I know that that's where that line has to go. And we can use Illustrator's handy smart guides to align it to that path, and we say that's where that line then has to go. Same thing for this. Okay, and so now we have that same line consistently, and we can put it wherever we want in space. And so something that you'll notice is that even though this is a 2D drawing, we're kind of drawing in 3 dimensions here. It looks 3-dimensional, like you can actually reach behind there, right? So we've got like a cylinder for his neck, and sort of a box for his head. Something like that. And then each of these, they kind of look like little pyramids, don't they? Almost like you can make full-on 3D models out of them. So even though we're drawing in a 2D space, we're always trying to think about how to make things 3-dimensional. Obviously, unless you're trying to make something look flat, like Paper Mario or something, right? We always want to be thinking in terms of 3-dimensionality and drawing through our forms, at least in the construction phase. So we're trying to imagine and picture and project what is behind the object at any given point, even though we don't necessarily see that. We can always hide that later. But in terms of building up these objects, we always want to be thinking about 3 dimensions. Now, I had mentioned at the start of this that we have, 0D objects, 1D objects, 2D shapes, 3D forms. Obviously, we have higher dimensions than that. And I'm not talking about time as the 4th dimension. I'm talking about higher spatial dimensions. So some of you may be familiar with this object here, sometimes called the tesseract or the hypercube. We can't really see 4-dimensional objects because we exist in a 3D world. This is why I would recommend the book Flatland, because it helps you to sort of get a mental picture of how we can imagine 4D shapes behaving if they were projected down and flattened down into a 3D space. So just as we saw with Goku here, right? We have 3D forms that are flattened down into a 2D space, right? Because we can't actually make a 3D model on a 2D screen, right? If we were working in Blender, or if we were doing an actual sculpture or 3D print or something like that, yes, then we could. But we are abstracting, we are projecting, we are flattening down these 3-dimensional objects into a 2D plane, so we lose some information there. In the same way, we can't see a 4-dimensional object. It gets flattened down into a 3D object like this. Now, there is a very interesting application called 4D Toys. I'm not going to get too involved into that, but it is a mathematically accurate way of demonstrating 40 objects in a 3D space and how they would behave, and he goes over sort of the mathematics of how that works. So I'm going to leave a link to that in the chat so that you guys can look at that at your own time, just for sort of interest, and you can start to think about these in sort of higher dimensions as well. But that's a bit outside the scope of this tutorial. So now we're going to get on to the constructive drawing phase of this. So the exercise that we learned at the Barnstone Studios, and which I'm going to show you now, is that for Drawing 101, the way that we learn to apply these principles that we learned in the artist's alphabet is by drawing bottles. And yes, we literally had to go out, get glass bottles. I think we had to get a wine bottle, a Heineken beer bottle, and then just like a regular sort of brown beer bottle, and we had to spray paint them white to remove all of the color, and so that we were just focusing on the contours and then eventually the value and the shading. Again, I'm not going to get into value and shading here, but we have different bottle types, and obviously these bottles were designed by somebody. Okay, so these forms here, these contours, are not just random. They were carefully designed by somebody intelligently to be ergonomic, to fit in your hand, to be useful to human beings, as well as to be elegant and look nice. So if we take these and we copy them over, and I'll bring them into Illustrator. And let's put this on a new layer. And we'll take these other ones as well. And incidentally, this is why you see people draw still lives, for instance, you know, baskets of fruit and flowers and things like that, is because those are exercises that people do in order to understand things like basic composition, basic construction, line weight, value, shading, color, right? They're sort of like the hello world, the ABCs of how to draw. And once you learn how to draw these simple objects, then you can go on to draw other things as well. So the first thing that we want to do let's reduce the opacity here. So whenever you're drawing something, the very first thing you want to do is to analyze it, okay, to deconstruct it. So before we can do constructive drawing, we want to do destructive analysis, right? So if you were to try and build or remodel a home, for instance, you have to tear down the existing structure, the existing walls, before you can then go and build something else up from that, right? So obviously, the most simple house that you could have, and some of you probably remember drawing these as children, is you just take a square and you put a triangle on top of it. Polygon. And then maybe you've got a chimney, something like that. And a door. And window. Right, so probably all remember drawing stuff like this as children. And even though this is simplistic and not not very detailed, not very good, not very complex, it still carries in it the fundamental concept of what we're talking about here in constructive drawing. We're taking these base elements that we learned in the artist's alphabet, these fundamental symbols, and we're combining them together, right, to form a more complex shape, in this case a house. Now obviously the way you would go from this to like a fully detailed house is to just iterate over this over and over and over again. Right, so a door is not just a rectangle, it has like a frame. And it's got like a knob on it. And then even this, the frame is not just this static image. It's got depth to it. Right, and like a bottom as well. And let's just fill that in. Okay. And like doors usually have some sort of window on them, and then the window again isn't just a rectangle. It's got some depth to it. It's got a frame. Okay. And then maybe it's got like this little inner frame as well. Okay. And so that's starting to look a little bit more complex, a little bit closer to realism versus just these basic shapes here. Okay. And so you just take the object and you break it down into, you know, how do I extract out one or more of these elements from that. Okay, and that's the essence of constructive drawing. And then obviously we don't just look at a house in 2D like this, and we're not just adding stuff, we're also cutting in and removing elements, and we're doing it in perspective as well. Okay, but you can start to see how you can build up complex objects from these very simple shapes in the same way that you go from A, B, C, D, E, F, G to eventually, you know, C, A, T is cat, to eventually adding even more strings and more detail. So you get to a word like, you know, catastrophe or catatonic, right? He was catastrophically catatonic, right? That is a very complex linguistic phrase, but it is still built up from those same basic elements. So in the same way, let's do this on a new layer here. So here we have our bottles. Okay. So pause the video and see if you can figure out any portion of this wherein you start to see some of those basic shapes, you know, lines, points, circles, squares, triangles. Okay. And see if you can deconstruct this and then reconstruct it from those basic shapes. All right, so I'm going to go and say that the first thing that I notice is there's this big circle right here in the middle. For now, actually, before we even do that, before we deconstruct it, I want to talk a little bit about something called the notional space of an object. So if I were to put this object in the smallest box that it could fit in, okay, that would be what we call the notional space. So in this case, and let's move the fill on that so you can see. So if I were to come to this bottle, and we'll actually stop it here, we'll flatten out the bottle. All right, So we'll ignore this thickness and just assume that this is sort of the middle of the bottle. Okay, the middle of the box that we're on. Okay. So that would be the notional space of that bottle. That is the smallest box that we could put that in. And then we can do the same for these objects too. So I'll just go through each of these real quick. And this idea of notional space will be useful later when we start talking about composition. Actually, these are pretty close to being straight on side shots, so let's just assume that they are. So the first thing you would want to do when deconstructing an object is to find its notional space, find out what the smallest box that this object can fit in, and if you're doing things like 3D modeling, this is also useful. For instance, if you're using colliders, again, we want to draw in the center of the object here. All right, so if you're making these as collidable objects in a video game, for instance, you know, you would put a box collider around it, or a capsule collider around it, or a sphere collider around it, and this would be where your character is able to interact with these things. Okay, so that's the notional space. So now within this space, we can do a couple things. We can start to figure out where, what the shapes are in each of these. Now, before we go into that, something that is very important is talking about how to divide up planes, divide up squares, divide up rectangles. So if I take a square like this, and say I want to find the halfway points. Now, in something like Illustrator, it's very handy. It tells me where the center is. So I can just come along here and I can just snap it like that. And just like that, I found where the center point is. Okay, so this is halfway along the horizontal, halfway along the vertical. Well, let's say that you're not working in a very handy vector program like this. Let's say you're doing something traditional by hand, or even in a painting program like Krita, like we saw before. How would I find the halfway point in this? Well, I can take the diagonals, and where they intersect, that's obviously the halfway point. So then I would come in, and I would draw a line where those 2 points intersect. And here in Illustrator, I'm just holding Shift to get straight lines. And then I can draw the same thing horizontally. Okay. So using the diagonals and where they intersect, that's how we find the halfway point. I can go even further than this. I can say, okay, if I draw one from the corner to where the halfway point is, then where these intersect, that's 1/3. And to prove that to you, let's just go and draw all of these lines. Doing this in Illustrator is handy because it has nice snapping features. Okay. And so if I take these lines and we want where this line intersects the main diagonal, so this point right here. And then the same thing on the other side. And then like before, we rotate them around. Okay. So now if I were to draw a box from here to here, and I move that up and I duplicate it 3 times, right? You'll see that's exactly 1/3. Never minding like the little margin of error for my snapping here. Okay, so that's a way that you can divide any square into thirds. And obviously, you know, if we divide, let's get rid of our third lines here. So what happens if I divide a half into half? Well, then I get a quarter, right? So that would be where it intersects on the main diagonal here. Just for clarity, let's get rid of all of these. Not that one. Okay, so that would be a quarter. And then if I divide it again, I get an eighth and a 16th and so forth. So I can get from half, I can get to any power of 2 that I want. And then from a third, if I divide a third in half, I get a sixth, and I can go any multiple of 3 at that point, right? I can divide it in, I could divide a third into a third, because we, again, have a little square here. So I can get ninths, I can get 18ths. If I take this third mark, so we're going from so we go from the main diagonal, or from the corner to where the halfway point meets. Right, so here's our third. And then if I go from the corner to the third, this should be a quarter. So if I draw that box and I bring it over, and you can see it's exactly the same size as that. In fact, let me do this up here. Right, so that's a quarter. And if we go from here to the quarter, we'll get a fifth and a sixth and so forth. So we can partition our square into any number of equally sized segments that we want, or any combination thereof that we can derive. And recalling what I said before about how a rectangle is just a square that's been stretched, this will work for any sized rectangle, right? So this is a third, a third, a third. We have a half and a half. And remember what I said before about how a quadrilateral, any kind of quadrilateral, is just this same square rotated in 3D space. So if I were to take this and shear it and move it around, that same principle applies. So we can take any we can take any four-sided quadrilateral, and we can find halves and thirds and quarters and fifths and so forth just by dividing it up along the diagonals. Now this is going to be important later for when we talk about circles. So a very easy way to draw a circle consistently is we can take these same points, and I'm trying to remember offhand, was it... trying to remember if it was quarter or eighths. I think it was eighths. So let's get rid of our thirds lines. And just work with quarters and eighths. So for this, I'm actually just going to copy this, paste this, because that's effectively the same thing. So if we take this, right, so here's our quarter lines, and we come again and we draw our eighths lines. And I'm just going to copy these over. Okay, and just to help us see, since there's a lot going on here, let's color some of these. So our main diagonals we'll make red. Okay, and then our quarters we'll make blue. Maybe a lighter blue. And then our eighths lines we'll make those green. Okay. So now, if I were to draw a circle on here, and let's make that purple. Okay. You can see that where these eighth lines intersect our horizontal and vertical lines, that the circle is pretty much intersecting at those points. So if I were to take this shape and bring this over into Krita, and get rid of the spam messages. So if I take my pen tool, and remember we want where the eighth line meets the horizontal and the vertical, so I draw a curve like that up to this point. And I do that all the way around. And here, and here. And here. Very persistent spammer. So let's turn our phone off. so that we don't get any more interruptions. And realistically, I could be rotating my canvas too while I do this, or rotating your page to follow the natural curve of your hand. Sorry about this. So we follow the natural curve of our hand. And in this way, we can freehand a circle. And we can do so consistently. And because, like I said before, we can draw this plane in any orientation, we're able to draw this circle in any orientation as well, just by dividing it up like that. Okay? So that's a very easy way to consistently and reliably draw a circle that is technically correct again and again and again. Now, obviously, in practice, very oftentimes as artists, we'll just sit here and we'll practice drawing the circle until we eventually conform to something that is close enough like that. Okay. But if you ever need to get it to be dead on balls accurate like this, that's how you would do it. And there's an even simpler way. If this is too many lines for you, you can get something that is relatively close. So if I duplicate this again, and instead of drawing these eighth lines here, if I were to just connect up our quarter lines, okay, and we draw our circle. It would help if it was actually in the center. Okay. You'll see it's not exactly where this lines up. It's a little bit outside of that. But if you keep that in mind, you can get pretty quick at drawing this. So if we copy this, bring it into Krita, and so if I aim for just outside of that, then I can very quickly freehand a circle. Like so. And then you can go back and you can clean up these lines, but that's generally how you would construct the object. And again, this works in any kind of perspective that we want. Right? So I divide it up into quarters, and then just past the eighth point here, and just like that, I can draw circles in perspective, in any angle, in any rotation that I want, and I know that they will be consistent and accurate. So let's go back to our bottles for a second. So now that we have a sense of how to draw circles, okay, I'm going to cheat and use Illustrator, but now that you know that, you could draw this by hand if you wanted to. So we have this circle here, okay. Let's see how many units high this is. So a lot of times in drawing, you'll like particularly in drawing the figure, you'll hear people talk about, you know, how many heads high is the character, right? So that's just referring to the ratio of its width to its overall height, or to some unit within that versus the overall height. So in this case, let's make a square down here. And if we bring this up a couple times, all right, we'll see that it's just under 4. So let's actually make that exactly 4. And come back to our notional space. Okay. So for sake of argument, we'll say that this bottle is 1 square wide by 4 squares high. So now, using this same trick with the diagonals, we can figure out the center line of this. And that's going to be useful because a lot of the elements here are mirrored around this center point, right? So the left side and the right side are exactly the same. Okay. And so the first thing I notice is that it looks like there's a big old circle here, kind of centered on here. So we can go through and we can say, here's the diagonals. Okay, that's roughly the center. So we could go through, if we were drawing this by hand, and we could map out this grid. But since I'm working in Illustrator, I'm just going to say that this is roughly at this point. And again, it would help if I was exactly on the center. Okay. So again, we're not worried strictly about realism, right? We're artists. We are approximating all of this stuff. Okay, so then we also have this big old rectangle for the main body. And so I'm actually going to draw this on a new layer. Okay. So this layer will be for what are known as our construction lines. These are just guidelines that we use versus our actual finished line art. Right, so we have our construction lines, and then we have our finished line art and our notional space as well. So we have the notional space, we have our construction lines, and then the actual finished line art. So you might then say, okay, well, this looks like another rectangle up here. So let's see how big it is. So if we take our diagonals, And that looks to be, we'll say it's about a third. So where this third line meets on both sides. And again, you can duplicate the same thing here. I'm just going to use Illustrator to find out where exactly that is. Okay. So then we've got a little bit overlapping here. So what's that all about, you might be wondering. And in fact, let's bring this down even further. Okay, so we've got a rectangle here. And we could go ahead and figure out exactly how big this is, but for sake of time, we know it's a rectangle. Now, you might be wondering about this little bit here, right? So this looks like a curve. So how do we determine how to actually draw this curve? Now, it's not really a curve. You may recall from when we were talking about the artist's alphabet, right? I said that we can draw curves as essentially a series of straight lines. And we saw that with our drawing of Goku as well. How all of his hair is not really a curve, it's just a series of straight lines that are made to look like curves by softening them up. So in actual fact, these are, if we zoom in very close here, you can kind of see straight lines forming. So at this point, here to 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 here. Okay. So that's the actual profile of the bottle. So even though we started out with rectangles, there's a lot more complicated stuff going on here, a lot more subtle angles. And then we could take this further and actually soften these up. So if I select this point and I come here to convert that, and I could go through each of these points and I can soften them. Maybe not the last one. But I can come down here and I can say, soften that. Soften that. And now that's starting to look a lot more like the contour of our bottle, even though this is all generated mathematically from a series of straight lines. Now, how do we figure out where those lines are? So remember when we were talking about sighting and measuring, I talked about the clock face, and we can figure out what those angles are. So we know that it starts here. So if we measure that angle, that first one, it looks like about 1 o'clock. So I'm going to take this and draw something to about 1 o'clock. And remember to draw through the form. So back on our construction lines. So I'll say it starts here, and we draw all the way to the center. And the reason why we want to draw all the way to the center is because we want to be able to reflect this over to the other side. So if I copy this and I just reflect that and I line these two up, okay, again, accounting for, a little margin of error, but we can get the exact same angle on both sides. So if we're doing our clock face measure, if we know that this is 1 o'clock, then the opposite side would be 11 o'clock. If we know that this is 2 o'clock, we know the opposite side would be 10 o'clock, and anything in between those. Okay. So then the next angle that we have looks like this one here. So this looks like about 12:30. So if I come back even, grab so we wanted 12:30 and 1 o'clock. So I copy those, bring them on our construction lines. Let's get rid of this. Bring the stroke of these down to something more reasonable. Okay, and so this is even more of an extreme angle. That's probably like 115. So let's take that and we can actually use Illustrator here to help us figure out what this angle is exactly. So it's at 75 degrees. So halfway between 75 and 90. So if we say 75 plus, what is it, 12.5? Yeah. Okay. And that's pretty much close enough. So now we can take all of these and reflect them over the middle. And in this case, I'm just going to use Illustrator's mirror tool to help us out. Properties. Repeat mirror. Trying to remember where exactly this is. Here we go. All right, so if I drag that handle along the center line, so now let's just lock that for a second. So now we come over to our line art and we can take our pen tool. And since we have these guidelines that we made, now we just follow the guides and go from point to point. And let's actually make this black for our line art. All right, so there's that point of intersection and that point, and this point here where it intersects the bottle. And again, we have this angle. So judging by that, that looks like about 1030, I would say. So we come back, grab our 1030 angle, right? So 12, 11, 1030. Put that on our construction layer line, or our construction line layer rather. And then this is just flipped over the other way, right? So we have 1030 and then what would that be, 130? So I'm just going to flip that. And then remember what I said about how you're not necessarily going to use all 24 angles. Realistically, you're probably only going to use maybe 6 or 7 because we want them to reinforce one another. So here we can do that. We can say that this, we'll just make that the same angle as that. And I'm noticing that this is actually a little bit wide. So let's just bring that in. And here's the problem. See, this is not completely centered here. That's why it was looking wrong. Okay, so now we come back here, we take our pen tool. And again, using Illustrator's handy little smart guides, we can lock that to intersect. Let's lock our line art. Lock our construction lines, I mean. And so we'll continue this up to there. And where this intersects, okay. And we can actually get rid of this for now. Instead of getting rid of it, let's put it on our construction layer. And we'll make you red for now. And just connect those up. So now, if we hide our construction lines and our notional space, okay, so there we have that nice contour of our bottle. And of course, we can flip this to the other side. Like so. And this one we can put back on our construction lines. And then just a matter of connecting the tops. And there you go. So just like that, we drew a bottle. And we can go through the same thing with all of these. I'm not going to do it on stream here, but you can go through and get the idea yourself. So for instance, we come to this one. We see that we've got like a little bit of a curve here. So this has probably got another little circle inside of it like so, along with the big one. And then coming here and connecting these up as straight lines, like so. And a little bit further up. The circle might not even be necessary. So if I just extend this all the way up, let's see. No, it is necessary, see, because it kind of bulges out there. But this is why we do deconstruction first. Okay. And then we've got this very complicated looking thing here. But again, we can just make it from a combination of rectangles and other shapes. All right, so let's just say that these are all the same. And then maybe we have, instead of a series of angles, we just abbreviate that to be a circle and another circle. So we can get very complicated contours. And then something you may also have noticed is that the bottom works the same way as well. So we've got angle here, angle here. Again, we're assuming that this is the center, so we're stopping there. And I can take these and I can draw through the center here, through the center here. Okay, so let's say this is, we'll call it 5:30 and 5. All right, so this will be 5:30, this will be 5 o'clock. Right, so I could do the same thing on all of these. Now, the other thing too is we don't just have to draw inside, we can also draw outside. So let's take this circle. We can have a circle here, for instance. And so where these intersect, that would be our line. And then again, we can either make this as a series of straight lines, or we can make it as a circle, or a combination of both. So circle up there, and then we just draw this line from here to here. And then this line from here, say it goes straight up a little bit. And then at this angle, and then straight up again. Something like that. And then importantly, wherever we have this bend, we want to draw a line all the way across. And that'll be important later as we go from transitioning from 2D contours into actual 3D volumes. Okay, so you could do that for all of these, and then obviously these are asymmetrical, right? So they have, the main part of them is the same on both sides, but then they have these handles that come out, and you would draw these in much the same way. So we would find, say, where is the center of this circle? something like that. And then for this, we just draw a tangent line here to connect these up. This is probably even smaller. Make sure these are centered. And then just like before, we don't necessarily always have to draw on the inside. We can draw on the outside. Notice here I'm reusing the same circle. Okay, so you don't have to use the same angles. You can use the same other elements as well. And that creates a sense of harmony and consistency, like everything belongs together. And then just connect those up like that. So can we get away with reusing this same circle? We kind of can, right? So we can put that where that intersects there. So let's say we have 2 of those, and then just a little line coming down to connect that like that. Okay. So you can get pretty complicated forms just using a limited number of elements. So far we drew this in Illustrator, but because we have these proportions, these angles, okay, we can do the same thing back in Krita. So let's bring up Krita. So remember, we started off by saying that our bottle was 4 high, right? It was 4 squares. By 1 square. Okay, so that's our notional space. That's the smallest box that this bottle can fit in if we were shipping it. Okay, and then we wanted to draw through the center. So we remember how to do that. We take the diagonals. Okay, and then we take this diagonal as well. I'm being very quick and loose. You can be more precise and methodical about this. And so remember what we said before about dividing up the circle, or dividing up the square to get a circle. Call this squaring the circle. So I'm just going to do the quick method, and then we go a little bit out from each of those spots. So far this is going to be my construction layer. And then we said that the middle bottle, or the neck of the bottle rather, was about 1/3 of the way. So remember how we do that. We go from the corner to the halfway point. And from the corner to the halfway point. Okay. Okay, so even though this is sloppy, we still have our construction lines. And then we said back down here, so we come up, let's say that our line starts here, right? And so we said that this was 5:30, right? So here's our clock. So we've got 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 1, 2, 12, 11, 10. So 5:30 would be this angle. And I'm drawing through the form because these are just my construction lines. I want to make sure that I have enough room there. And then we said 5 o'clock. So 5 o'clock. And then up here, what did we say this was? We said this was 1 o'clock. So we know that the circle is going to come to about here. So 1 o'clock would be this angle. And something I could do in Krita specifically is I could have this be mirrored, but for sake of example, I'm just going to do it normally, right? And so then the mirror of 1 o'clock is 11 o'clock. So we know that we start here, we go to 11 o'clock. So this, something that I'll sometimes do if I have a little key like this is I'll motion my hand back and forth here just to get that consistent motion so that I know what angle to draw it at. Essentially teaching my hand how to draw that angle. And so then we had, what was it, 12:30 on this side. And then we had that more extreme version of that. And then mirroring the opposite side, so we had 11:30. And a more extreme version of that. Then we had our rectangle up here, sticking out just a little bit. And what did we say this was? Call it 1:30, right? And mirroring the opposite way. Okay, so now come here. And on this new layer, now we can actually begin to draw our line art. And just following our construction lines. And actually here, I will use the mirror just to simplify things. Because here we're just worried about the process and demonstrating the process, not necessarily the final result. Right? Just know that you could do this reflected the other way using the same setting and measuring techniques that we've talked about. And again, I'm not drawing a curve, I'm drawing straight lines. And again, coming straight across here, coming straight across here, and you'll see why we do that in a minute. Coming straight up and down. to about the middle of the bottle. Okay, so we don't really care about the underside of the circle. So we know we have our point here and the top of the circle here and the side of the circle. And we don't just have to draw, we can also erase if we mess up. Okay. And then we have, what did we say? This was 130 and 1230. And 1215. And come across. And this was, what did we say this was? This was 10 o'clock, vertical, 2 o'clock, vertical, 2 o'clock. All right, and notice I'm connecting all of these points going across the entire thing. So I was a little bit sloppy in my proportions, but you get the general idea. So if I hide my construction lines, right, and now we have a bottle. Obviously the neck could be a little bit higher versus what I have here. Again, that was because I was sloppy in my proportions, but we can just take this and adjust that up. Okay. And just like that, we've reconstructed our bottle. Again, I'm noticing a little taper here. I could be a little bit cleaner and make this line even straighter. Might be easier if I do it this way to follow the natural curve of my hand. Now, if I wasn't sitting at a desk here, if I was actually standing, I would have the ability to use my entire arm to draw a full sweeping arc like this, drawing from the shoulder. But I'm kind of in like a little cramped space here, so I kind of have to make do. But that's essentially how you would draw straight lines, is you would be drawing from the shoulder, not from the elbow or the wrist. If you wanted to make shorter lines or shorter curves, then you would use your other joints. But for long sweeping arcs, right, you can't really avoid making an arc necessarily. The best that you can do is say that you're going to make an arc so big that it's effectively a straight line. Okay. Obviously, if you're working in a computer-assisted program where you can draw straight lines, that's a lot easier. But drawing it by hand, you kind of have to deal with the limitations of your own physical body. So that is our bottle. Okay. And we could go through and we could redraw all of these bottles in more or less the same way. I'm not going to do that in this stream. I will leave that as an exercise for you to do, to deconstruct and reconstruct all of these. But the next thing that we would want to talk about is going from drawing a single bottle to then drawing a composition. So you may recall we had our notional spaces here. So something that you may very often see if you look online, and this used to be common knowledge among all of this used to be common knowledge among all artists up until the modern art movement in the mid 20th century, is that pretty much everybody used what are known as golden rectangles or root rectangles when designing composition. So you may have heard of the golden ratio, 1.618 to 1. It's something that is said to be found in nature. It is based on the Fibonacci sequence. So as you take numbers in the Fibonacci sequence, which is just, if I take two starting elements, let me draw this on a new layer. So I could even start with 0 and 1, realistically. So the Fibonacci sequence, I forget if it's 2 N's and 1 C or 2 C's and 1 N, but you get the idea, right? So the Fibonacci sequence takes, to get the next element, we take the previous two and add them together. So 0 plus 1 is 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. 1 plus 2 is 3. 2 plus 3 is 5. 3 plus 5 is 8. To 13. To 21. To, what is that, 34, to 55, and so forth. Okay. And if you take a number and divide it by the previous one, so we get 1 over 0, that's basically infinity. 1 over 1 is 1. 2 over 1 is 2. 3 over 2 is, I want to say 1.5. 5/3, 3/8, whatever that decimal winds up being, as the limit of this goes to infinity, this number tends towards 1.618 ... And this is known as the golden ratio, or sometimes called Phi, written like that. Okay, so that's all that refers to. Now, because this sequence, using integer values, is something that can appear in nature, right? You can have a flower, for instance, that starts with 1 petal, and it goes to 1 petal, and then the next layer out adds 2 petals, and then the next layer out adds 3 petals, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's 1 extra? Okay. Or you could have a tree. It starts with 1 branch and 1 branch, and then adding 2 branches, and then adding 3 branches, and so forth. Okay. Because this is using very simple integer values in a recursive way, it's something that appears in nature, and because human beings evolved to look at nature, we find these particular ratios to be very appealing, right? Our own human body, you can look up diagrams on the internet and find ways that our various joint segments tend towards, on average, following the golden ratio. Obviously, every individual human being is different, so you'll get individual variation, but on average, people and plants and things tend to be constructed along this golden ratio. And there are other ratios besides that as well that are typically found in nature. So root 2, square root of 3, square root of 5 being the most common. I don't remember exactly all of the ways that this is derived. I want to say that they're derived off of like a pentagram. Right, so you take a circle, divide it in 5, like this, connect all of the points together, and then I think it's something like the ratio of this to this, or the ratio of this to this. One of those two, you wind up being able to derive things like the square root of 2, the square root of 3, the square root of 5 from that. So now, why is this important? And then also, obviously, you have like the square root of 4, but that's just 2. Okay, so that's basically just 2 squares next to each other. So why is this important in terms of art? So for thousands of years, for all of human history, or not necessarily all of human history, most of human history, across the entire world, in all cultures, you would have compositions based on these ratios. So what does that mean? So we could design something on a square. Going back to our so we could take a square and divide it up in this way, and we can hang points of interest where these points intersect. Okay, so like you have the dead center, for instance, but you also have the third marks here. In cinematography and filmmaking and animation, for instance, they use kind of a shorthand where they have the so-called rule of thirds, which says that you put interesting elements along the third line here. And again, because a square is just a stretched out rectangle, if we were to say that this is let's say that's 1920 by 1080. Right, so standard YouTube screen ratio. Okay, so if we align elements along this third line here and horizontally, that would be said to be a pleasing and harmonious composition, right? So maybe your horizon line is here, and you've got figure A's head here, talking to figure B here, and like they're holding something around here, right? These are ways that you can start to frame your shots, frame your compositions, whether you're drawing, animating, doing cinematography, doing CG work. Okay, so that's something that most people are familiar with. And we've also talked about how you could do the same thing with a square. Now, these are not necessarily the most harmonious proportions in terms of what humans evolved to find pleasing. And I'm actually going to take, now I'll redo this from scratch. So those other ratios that I mentioned, those are much more in line with what people find harmonious. So if I take this and we do our normal division, like so. If I were to take this diagonal and drop it down, right, if this was like the tangent of a circle, and in fact, let me draw that. Okay, so I make that exactly on that point right there, then where this lines up, okay, this resulting square or rectangle, that is in a ratio of 1 to the square root of 2. So if I relink this and I say that the height of this is 100, okay, so the square root of 2 is 1.414, I believe, again, counting for like margin of error with snapping here, right? We get something roughly 1 to the square root of 2. So if I take this again, and go up to there, then this rectangle would be in a ratio of 1 to the square root of 3. So again, bring it back down to 100. So if we just look on Google real quick, just to confirm what is the square root of 3. Right, so 1.732. That's pretty close. Again, accounting for, my snapping error. And then if we do this again, this should get us square root of 4, which is 2. All right, and we can see we don't even really have to divide it down. 240 doubled is 480. Also, if you're working in a computer program, you can just create a rectangle and tell it, you wanted it to be exactly 1.73221. Let's do 100. So 173.2, and you can get it to be exact in that. But I'm just showing you, if you were to draw this by hand, this is a way that you could figure that out. And you could use like a compass or the circle drawing technique that we showed before to figure out how to drop this angle down. And then again, you guessed it, if we do this one more time, we will get the square root of 5. And just to confirm, if we go to Google, type in square root of 5, that is 2.236. All right, so again, accounting for my little margin of error, we're pretty close to that ratio, okay? So we've got square root of 2, square root of 3, square root of 4, and square root of 5. And of course, these could be horizontal, they could be vertical. Something else that we can do is we come back to here. Let's just move these out of the way for now. We don't have to go to the corner. We can go to the center, to our halfway line. And drop this down. And try and be a little bit more accurate here. Again, that's going to be slightly off because of the snapping. But if we take this rectangle, okay, so this is roughly 111.5. So what does this wind up being? Well, if I type in the square root of the golden ratio, the square root of the golden ratio is 1.272. So if I do 127.2, get rid of this. What did I do wrong here? Oh yes, I see what I did wrong. It's not from this side, it's from this side. So from the center point to the end there. Still no. Maybe that's the phi one. Oh, also this has to be here. Okay, so sorry for that. So if we go from the center here to the corner, and we draw that circle, this should be the golden ratio. Okay, and 1.6, close enough, again, accounting for margin of error. And if we actually make this okay. There we go. Okay. So that's how you make the golden ratio rectangle. So this is said to be the most pleasing proportion of rectangle ever to exist in nature. These other ones are used in different combinations, in different compositions. And I really want to try and remember what the root phi one was. I guess we can try and reverse engineer that. All right. I don't remember the formula for the root phi one off the top of my head. That's something that I will have to look up, or I could leave that to be something that you look up on your own. Maybe we can look that up right now. Root phi rectangle construction. All right. Root phi rectangle is a dynamic rectangle that can be constructed by swinging the length of a phi rectangle up from the bottom. Okay. So we have the Phi Rectangle. Ah, there we go. Okay. So we have the Phi Rectangle, and swing that up from the other corner, right? So remember, to get the Phi Rectangle, we went from the center here, from this point, so from our square, from the center to the corner, bring that down, that gets us the Phi Rectangle, and then going from the other corner to the Phi Rectangle, that gives us the root Phi Rectangle. Okay. So for completeness, that is all of the most common rectangles that we wind up using. And you can double these up, you can triple them up, you can overlap them in ways that we'll see in a minute, right? So I could do something like that, and now I have a ratio of 1 to 2 square root of 2. Or I could overlap them in this way. So for instance, if we had like a really wide composition, we could do 2 root 5 like that, or we could do 2 root 5 like that. Okay, and there are different ways that we can combine them. Now, similar to how we have our square division, and I'll use the Phi one for this. So we can divide these up along the main diagonals, just like before. And I could come in here and say, we have that line and that line. But something unique about these rectangles is that if you take the orthogonal angle, the 90-degree angle from the diagonals, okay, so I'm just going to duplicate that and rotate that by 90 degrees. And I go to the corners here. And take both of these, copy front, and reflect. And just cut those off. Okay. So again, keep in mind, I'm actually going to make these highlighted. Okay, so what we did here was we took our main diagonals, and then we took a line that is 90 degrees to that diagonal and drew it all the way to the corner. Okay. Obviously, this is a lot easier using a computer than doing it by hand, but you can figure it out using like those little right angle triangles that people do draftsmanship with. You could use a T-square and ruler to figure that out. But just for expediency here, okay, where these lines intersect, these, and where they intersect the outer box, these are also special coordinates that are proportional to the overall rectangle. And these are also harmonious points of interest. So if I take our line here, and also where this intersects here, And we do the same thing for the horizontal. And we'll make these dashed. Okay, so those dashed lines that you see, these are also major points of intersection. And we can take this and we can, let's group it first, copy, and I can scale these down if I need finer and finer detail. Okay, so like this point would be another point of intersection up here. So as I'm drawing my composition, if I need finer and finer detail, I can just scale this entire armature. These are called armatures. I can just scale that down. And so for each of these rectangles, we can do that same thing, taking the diagonals, drawing the perpendicular line, and finding out where those coincidences, these points of interest, lie, and then try and line up elements to that. So for instance, in a lot of the YouTube thumbnails that we do for this channel, I used this same principle. Now, the closest one that I've been able to find to the standard YouTube 1920 by 1080 is the root 3 rectangle. So this is the armature for the root 3 rectangle, and you can see that I'm trying to align and frame elements within those points of intersection, those boxes that are created, right? So all of these letters line up on top of here. You know, Serket is framed within this little box here. This Pokeball here, if I were to shift this down, you would see fits right within that box there. The left side lines up with that. Okay. So picking, just like within cinematography and how we have the rule of thirds, you would take the most important visual elements and try to place them somewhere that is in relationship to these grid armatures. So if we come back to our, let me just take this one for now. Actually, I really like the root 2 one a lot, but we'll use the Phi Rectangle for now. So I'm actually going to make another artboard here. And we are going to go to artboards. So what I can do is I can actually, since I know what the golden ratio is, I can say that's 1000 by 1618. Okay, so now I have a canvas that's in the aspect ratio of the golden ratio. I can paste my grid armature on here. I can rotate that and scale it up. Okay. And let's make the diagonals both red and the minor diagonals all green. Okay. So now we have a grid upon which to hang our composition. So remember we talked about the notional space before, right? This is the smallest box that these elements can exist in. So let us armature. So remember, we showed before how you can actually build stuff within these, right? Using our construction lines. So I'm going to trust that at this point you can figure out how to go and build stuff within these. But for now, what we're going to focus on is just arranging these elements in a harmonious way within this grid. So let's take, let's say we wanted to take this bottle, our big wine bottle, and this bottle. Okay. So I'll take the notional space for each of those. And we'll make a layer for this. And just so we can see them a little better, let's up the stroke. Okay, so let's take our big bottle. And something that's also very important when it comes to composition and hierarchy and designing elements is you kind of want a big, medium, small relationship. You don't want too many elements that are of the same size. So for instance, this has sort of a nice rhythm and flow to it. In fact, let me make these a little bit bigger. See how we get this nice like step down effect? And I can put them in a different order and it still creates visual interest because I have big, medium, and small, whether I'm doing them in order or a offset order. If I had 3 elements that were all the same size, see how that looks less interesting than this, right? Because there's no, this feels static, whereas this feels like it has motion. It feels like it has depth, especially if we start putting elements in front of one another to create the illusion of depth and perspective. So whenever possible, try to avoid making stuff the same. Now, we could add more elements to this, right? We could have the same element if we had this same arrangement of big, medium, small, for instance. See, so now we have a sort of music, a flow, a percussion, a rhythm to all of this, okay? And also the fact that we're reusing the same size element creates a sense of harmony. So just as like we had a limited number of angles that we were using, we could have a limited number of sizes, a limited number of shapes. So you want enough variety to create visual interest, but not so much variety that everything devolves into absolute chaos. So you want a balance between those two. So let's take our objects here, and we will say, let's start with the big one. So this is our wine bottle. So let's say that we put it dead smack in the middle here, okay? And we scale it down so that it fits within this space here. Okay, easy enough, right? And we'll take another element. So this will be our main beer bottle. So one thing you don't want to do is put them right up against each other like this. So this creates what's called a tangent, where this object is contacting this side of the object. The reason why you don't want to create a tangent is because it forces them to be on the same layer, right? On the same depth, right? So if I put my hands like this, you kind of can't tell which hand is in front of the other. And in fact, let me bring up OBS so I can see myself doing this. If I put my hands like this, you kind of can't see which is in front of the other, okay? Even if I were to move them in front like this, if I keep them touching exactly, it just looks kind of weird. Whereas if I overlap them slightly, now it's very clear that this hand is in front of this hand, and this hand is behind this hand. Same thing, we don't want to have them be on the same vertical height. So I can overlap them like this. And in fact, let's give these all a solid fill so you can see even better. Okay. So now this one is clearly in front of this other one. Oh, sorry, you can't see that. Okay. So if I put them side by side like this, you kind of can't tell which is in front of the other. They look like they're at the same depth, like they were aligned on a shelf, for instance. Okay. Whereas if I put this like this, now this is clearly in front of the other one because it's overlapping. But we also kind of still can't tell, you know, maybe this is just a weird shape that's notched into the other one. So we would also want to bring this down a little bit, maybe not that far. And we'll scale that up. Okay, so now this bottle is in front of that bottle. And the same thing for this one. In fact, let's get them back to their normal proportions. So we'll put this one so that its corner is touching here. And we'll put this one so that its corner. So remember, if we need more resolution, we can always divide this in half. So I'm going to put that roughly on the halfway mark, which I'll tell because this handle is intersecting the green there. Okay, so now we're starting to see a little bit of depth, a little bit of three-dimensionality, wherein we can tell that this one is all the way in the back, then this one, then this one. And so we can arrange this any way we like within this rule set. So I can move this down over here, and as we're moving forward, objects appear larger. So I can put this here. I can put this one maybe over here, but scale it up a little bit. And scale this one up a little bit. Okay, so now we have our wine bottle all the way in the back. We have our Heineken bottle, and then we have our regular, we'll just call it like an Amstel bottle for now, or a Miller Lite bottle. Okay, and nothing is aligned horizontally, nothing is aligned vertically. So we have nice, pleasing compositions. And we don't have to put the wine bottle in the back, we can put the wine bottle in the front, but given their size, it just creates a nice little rhythm like that. In fact, it would probably make more sense to have this one be the one that's in front. And then this one be a little bit further in the back. So if we center that there. Okay, so you can see how you can start to use the grid armatures to arrange things in interesting ways. Something else that we don't want to do is create little channels that are too narrow. So just as we don't want to make tangents, we don't want to make little channels, because that will draw our eye to that and it'll bring our attention there. And it'll just break the immersion because now everything is kind of funneled into this little tiny area. So we want to give them enough space to breathe without causing tangents and without causing channels, but also having a little bit of overlap so that they're all related to one another. So if I move this off to the side here and move this one off to the side here, you know, yes, we can kind of see that they're offset in height and horizontal, in the vertical direction and the horizontal. But, you know, again, this flattens it out because there's no overlap. We can't tell for instance, that these aren't just, some wind chimes hung in a row where they're just offset at different heights, for instance. We have no sense of depth because we don't have any overlap. Okay, so that's just a little bit on composition. And then again, once you have the notional space for this, then you can go and you can fill in these elements. And then within each of these, okay, so we have our line art here. So as you start to chip away at the notional space, you have to keep in mind that all of these other lines will also be forming overlaps and tangents. So for instance, if we had our element like this, okay, with respect to the notional space, they're overlapping. But if I put the bottle there, there's no actual form there. This is just hollow. This is empty. This is negative space in the actual final piece. So that's just something to keep in mind as you're building these compositions. Okay. So the next thing that we're going to talk about is, now that we have our bottle here, so we rendered our bottle in 2D space. But eventually we want to get into 3D space because these are 3D objects after all. So this is where we start going from our 2D shapes into 3D forms, and keeping in mind that our 3D forms are the result of combining 2D shapes together. So let me just duplicate our bottle here. So because we have a more or less cylindrical object, right, this is rotationally symmetric all the way around. If we go back to Illustrator, and turn off our stuff here, okay, so not only is it symmetrical left to right, but it is symmetrical all the way around, versus something like a cube, where it would only be symmetrical along the 3 different axes, but if I rotate it, obviously, unlike a cylinder, it's not going to be the same all the way around. So the reason why doing bottles, first of all, is very simple, is because we already know how to make a circle using our projection method, right? Using this method. So what we can then do is we can project a plane in space at each of these points. And we can start to draw a circle around them. And so this is where the concept of our notional space comes in handy. Because remember, we said that our bottle was more or less in the center point here. So if we go out the same amount as we go in, and we haven't really talked about perspective yet, we'll get into that in a minute, but just if we go out this we'll do like an isometric view for right now. Right, you can understand it, that if we go forward the same amount that we go back, and again drawing through the form, right, so it'll have the same footprint going all the way through. So if it was just a cylinder, right, if we had just a straight cylinder in this box, we could draw planes going all the way up and then just connect the sides like that. And that's kind of what we're going to be doing. Okay, so we have the main bottle, right, that touches the end of the notional space. So let's go back to Illustrator. Turn on our notional space and our line art and our construction lines. So we're going to take this box and we're going to say go forward the same amount. Lock that. So we go forward that amount and back that amount. So let's go down, straight down, and straight up. So now, everywhere where we have these lines going across, we would draw an ellipse. So lock that, lock that. So if we come here, let's actually make our notional space a different color so we can see it. So we'll start with the big one. And we'll center that on that line. And we come here. And we draw a circle connecting all four of those. And then duplicate that and do the same thing for the middle here and for the top. Right, so around our sphere as well. And then for these other ones, So we keep the same distance, but we scale it inward. So in fact, let's do this. Let's make it easy for ourselves. I'll make this one green. So we can imagine that this is the notional space for this line. And that this is the notional space for this line. Right? Does that make sense? So that if this was our cylinder, the entire box would be squished in a little bit more, but otherwise keeping the same depth. Actually, no, it would be smaller in depth as well. Because it's rotationally symmetric. Okay. So we come back to here. And we draw this centered, fitting within this notional space. And this one centered in this notional space. So same thing here, right? This is our box. If this was the width of our cylinder, then the entire box would be squished down. So we'll say, grab this space. And shrink this whole thing down to this width. And we'll shrink it down to this width. Centering it on each of these points, right? So the top and the bottom. So back on our line art. So we need to draw where these connect. Because that's going to tell us our center line. Okay, make these black. And here. And here. And so we just fill up this entire notional space, this entire volume. So wherever we have these horizontal lines crossing is where we need one of these circles. So we have here, again, make these go all the way across. And here. And here. And you'll see what this looks like in a moment. So again, center that. Okay, so now if I turn off all my notional space lines and my construction lines, and just add these here. Okay, so now we've gone and we've turned our two-dimensional projection into an actual 3D object. And of course, we need our line art has to connect here. And on this side as well. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense to you guys as to why we did it this way. So essentially, when we had the original bottle, our notional space was a rectangle that was the entire size of everything, right? That's the smallest box that the entire thing could fit in. But then we're treating each of these smaller elements like they have their own box, right? So this element, the box would be that wide. This element, the box would be that wide. And so that's why we're drawing each of those boxes at that same scale. So if we come back into Krita, okay. So we have the entire box, and then within this box, let's just look at it from the top for a second, okay? So say this is the entire wine bottle from the top, okay? So then this would be the base. This would be the widest part here. And then within that, we have this skinny little neck that's about a third of the size, right? So remember, to get a third, we cut that in half, half again. Okay, so then this would be the box for the neck. Again, looking at it from the top down. And then some of these elements are narrower still, so we have to make the box narrower still. So again, looking at it from the top, and so that would be, say, the inside hole. And then we have elements like this that come in just a little bit more. So the box for them would be inside just a little bit more. And again, using our same projection technique, I'm just going to shorthand it, but you get the idea. Okay. So some of you who may have seen people work in 3D modeling, right? You have top-down views, you have side views of things. Okay. And then the combination of those two is what creates the three-dimensional projection. So around this element here, I'm saying that this is going to be the box that this fits inside of. Something like that. And then up here, right, say I'm just taking this section. So this, right, coming forward and back the same amount. Forward and back the same amount. This would be the box that that element fits in, right? And then this section, this would be the box that that element fits in. And then we draw around, okay, for here. Same amount forward, same amount backwards, but this would be the box that this fits in. And again, we're drawing through the form, so front and behind. So if I came back to my original bottle here, and we'll turn this off for now. So following this same principle, I could then take this and I can start to round out all of these elements. So we'll hide the center line. Okay, again, coming forward the same amount. 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 Coming forward same amount. Same amount. Same amount. And then because we actually see the top, here we draw all the way around. And again, getting rid of our center lines, because if this object is opaque rather than transparent, we're not going to see that. Same thing with this circle. We're not going to see that necessarily. Okay. And just like that, we've taken our flat bottle and we've given it depth. We've made it round. We've revolved it in 3D space. So that's how you would deal with rounded objects like that. And the same thing if I took a circle okay. I have the halfway line here. I project this out. And I draw a round form. And in this way, I would get a three-dimensional sphere. And I can cut it this way as well. Right? So I can say we come out this much forward and this much backwards. And I can do my circle this way as well. You may notice that it actually like sticks out a little bit. So we have to come and connect those up, because we're going from a flat circle to now a fully three-dimensional spherical object. Right, and here it's coming out a little bit more. Okay. So that's how you deal with rounded objects. So next, we're going to talk about how to deal with boxy objects and things built off of squares and cubes. But before we do that, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, give you guys a little bit of a break as well. And then when we come back, we'll start talking about perspective. In the meantime, if you guys have any questions about anything, if there's anything that you don't understand, let me know in the chat and I will do my best to answer them for you. Hopefully you guys are able to follow along with everything that I've done so far. We've taken our artist's alphabet, okay? We've drawn notional spaces around objects, which is the smallest box that we can put those objects in. Like so, okay? And then we've built within that, we've divided up our rectangles. We've divided up that notional space into something roughly proportional that we can work with. It doesn't have to be exactly realistic because, again, as artists, we're abstracting, we're simplifying. We're making things aesthetically pleasing. Okay. So then we've deconstructed the object, we've reconstructed it, we've projected it into 3D space, and then we've gone and we've focused on how to arrange those objects in harmonious compositions using rectangles based on the golden ratio or other ratios like root 2, root 3, root 5. Okay, so that's where we're at so far. And these are exercises that you can do at home, either digitally or by hand. Okay, when I was at the Barnstone Studios, we had to do these all by hand and sat there very precisely and meticulously using compasses, protractors, T-squares, and so forth. But we have digital tools available to us as well that we can avail ourselves of. So, like I said, I'm going to take a few minutes break, and then when we come back, we'll talk about linear perspective and the way that everybody teaches it wrong, and how I personally teach it to my students in a way that I think is a lot more intuitive, a lot easier to understand, and also a lot more applicable to real world situations, real pieces that you're trying to create. So I will see you guys in a few minutes. Stick around for that. All right, we are back, continuing with our crash course in how to draw, part of our philosophy that anybody can draw. So we talked a little bit about the artist's alphabet. We talked a bit about constructive drawing, but we can't really talk about constructive drawing until we start talking about linear perspective. So let's get into that next. So most people, when they're just starting to learn how to do perspective, and let's get rid of some of this stuff. Okay. You may see examples of exercises like this. So this is 1-point perspective. Could be in a room or it could be outside. Normally they have like the train track example where you have the horizon line and a bunch of telephone poles or a fence or something, where all of these lines are receding back into space. Anything that is horizontal or vertical stays horizontal and vertical, but anything that moves along the z-axis in terms of depth, they all converge towards this single point here. And again, sometimes you'll see this as a room. And so this is just a way of indicating depth in 3 dimensions, even though we're projecting everything onto a 2-dimensional plane, like what we saw with Goku before. So typically the way that and let me just run through all the different types of perspective first before we get into drawing here, right? So this is 1-point perspective, so-called because there is only one point that everything converges to. Then you have 2-point perspective. And so you may see examples like this of like drawing a street corner with a bunch of buildings going back, and you have anything that goes to the left will go to this vanishing point. Anything that goes to the right will go to this vanishing point. And don't worry if none of this makes sense to you. I'm going to show you a very easy way to understand all of this in a minute. I'm just giving you a high-level overview of how linear perspective works, and then we'll get into the details, right? So you have 1-point perspective, you have 2-point perspective, which is where the object is at an angle. Then you have 3-point perspective, where you're looking either up or down at the object, and you start to get these like really, really extreme angles that are forming like this. And you'll see very oftentimes people will make, cityscapes, and this just looks really, really weird, right? Like this is the way that everybody is taught how to do stuff, but like this doesn't look natural. Like why? Like they don't explain to you why it looks this way, why it looks so weird. So versus something like this, right? This looks correct, this looks natural, but this doesn't, even though it's using the same technique. And people will say like, oh, the reason for that is because, your vanishing points are too close together. But as we'll see in a minute, that starts to get into a lot of other problems, right? And then you have even higher dimensions than that, right? So you have 4-point perspective, you have 5-point perspective, you have 6-point perspective, right? So 4-point perspective is usually regarded as drawing on the surface of a sphere. So if you've ever seen that very famous Escher painting, or Escher drawing, I guess, Escher, right? This object, okay, where everything is on the surface of a sphere. Actually, I guess this would technically be 5-point perspective, wherein, right, so 4-point perspective would be if you had, let's just say, right, so a basketball where you have stuff actually drawn on the surface of the sphere. And then 5-point perspective would be where you have depth within the sphere, like you see in here. And then 6-point perspective is just, this complete ridiculous, like inversion, reflection type of thing. It's like, how do you construct that? It's like, it's like on the surface of a sphere, but with like 2 points, and it starts getting very complicated. Again, don't worry if none of this is making sense to you yet. Okay. But so like, this is the problem that I have, is that every time people try and teach linear perspective, it's always focused on sort of the same process, wherein, we have this horizon line, and, we've got a vanishing point here, and we draw out these radiating lines. And it's like, okay, so you have an object here, and it's going to go back into space. Okay. It's like, great. Okay, that's 1 point perspective. Got it. So then you get 2 point perspective. It's like, okay, well, now we have to draw the vanishing points way far away. So let's say, okay, here I'm drawing my street corner, and I've got one vanishing point here. Great. Okay, awesome. Everything is looking good. And then we have our other vanishing point here. And it's like, oh, okay, well, that's too sharp an angle. Actually, that looks pretty good, but right, so let's say that we were zoomed in even closer, right? Okay, so now you can see that the vanishing points are completely off the canvas here. It's like, okay, so now I got to go into my canvas and resize canvas. So let's just say like 3000. Okay, cool. So now I have enough room to work and actually show my vanishing points. And it's like, oh, okay, so now we got to do this for 3 point perspective. So it's like, okay, we've got our horizon line nice and big. Okay. All right, great. So I got my same street corner with my building looking up, but oh, now we got a problem because my canvas again is too small. So I got to go in here, I got to resize my canvas, and you can start to see like how frustrating this is all getting. All right, cool. Now I have plenty of room on my massively large canvas, even though my actual viewing size is only like this small area, but this is all the stuff that I have to do just to get, regular 3 point perspective. And like, oh, this is like way too steep an angle. So I got to push my vanishing point even further. And oh, this still looks like too shallow an angle. I actually want something like that. Right? Like you can see like what kind of madness that this creates. Okay, so this is like, in my opinion, just the absolute worst friggin' way to go about teaching people linear perspective is by forcing them to draw the horizon lines and the vanishing points before they put anything in there. And this problem gets even worse. Like, let's say that you could theoretically draw this for one particular object here. And yes, I know that there are ways to, measure the sides of the canvas and stuff, but what if you start having objects in multiple perspectives all at once, right? Objects that are rotating around in space. So in all these examples that we looked at before, everything is kind of parallel to one another, right? Everything is parallel to one another. But let's say that this bookcase in here was suddenly turned slightly. Okay, so how do we deal with that? So the typical way that they would say to do that is, oh, okay, so you've got all your objects in the room conforming to 1 point perspective. Right, so we've got, what was it, the table here going back into perspective, and we've got the couch going in perspective, and all this stuff is lined up nicely in 1 point perspective, all going back to the vanishing point, like so. But then, oh, so my table is now turned at an angle here. Okay, so we need like 2 point perspective. Cool, so I'm going to draw this 2 point perspective thing on top of my 1 point perspective thing. Okay, it's like, oh, is that the right angle? No, I want it to be out further. Is that the right angle? Right? And so you've got this like really complicated grid on top of your other complicated grid. It's like, okay, what if I want another object that's not facing this direction and it's not facing this direction? Let's say it's facing, this direction. And Okay, so it's facing like this, and oh, it's also tilted back. Okay, so now we got to do 3 points and go up there. All right, and this one is off the screen again, right? So you have this just absolute mess when trying to do this in the traditional way, which is to draw the vanishing points first. And again, you know, we come back over here. Try drawing this in one single canvas using using the same horizon line, right? Or even, God forbid, multiple horizon lines with multiple different sets of vanishing points, right? Like this one is at like a real extreme angle, right? So the vanishing point for here is like over here, whereas this other one, it's like way off the screen. I can't even point to it. Or let's just say, for sake of argument, you want to try and draw something really complicated like this, right? Where we have essentially infinite point perspective, where all of these little cubes are all in their own little perspective, right? So like, how do you deal with that? So obviously, trying to sit here and draw vanishing points for every single one of these would be a goddamn nightmare for something like this. And this is actually, believe it or not as complicated to draw as you might think. So it may look really scary and intimidating, but it's really just boxes. Okay, the entire thing is just cubes, right? With inside a big cube here, right? So this point to this point to this point to this point, right? It's one big cube that's just divided up into a bunch of other little cubes that are then having little cubes rotating around it. So how do we deal with this? And the way that I tend to think of it this is what you're going to do instead. Remember, we were talking about sighting and measuring and using angles. So you're going to get yourself a cube. Okay, it could be anything. I'm sure most of you at home probably have Rubik's cubes, or you have tissue boxes or something. Anything that can serve as a reference cube. So in my case, I'm just going to use this star block. Okay, so this, in my opinion, is the correct way to think about perspective, rather than it being a series of complex vanishing points. So you have a three-dimensional object. You have width, height, and depth. Okay, so you have X, Y, and Z. Okay, if you've ever looked at a 3D modeling program, for instance, you'll see like those three colored axes, right? Usually it's red for X, green for Y, and blue for Z, representing, you know, left, right, up, down, forward, backwards. Okay, and pretty much everything in there, they have what's called the global axes, and then they have the local axes. So I have my box here. Okay, so if I were to rotate it at some funky angle, okay, if I were to move it in the global up position, I would be moving it like this. If I were moving it in the local X, in the local up position, I would be moving it, you can picture an arrow coming out the top of it and moving along there, right? So if I have if I'm moving it in world space left and right, I'm moving it like this, right? If I'm moving it in local space left and right, I'm moving it along this axis. If I'm moving it forward and backwards in world space, I'm moving it like this. If I'm moving it forward and backward in local space, I'm moving it like this, right? Does that make sense to everybody? Right? So we have, if this object had no rotation whatsoever, if it was just perfectly aligned to all the three axes, the same as my camera is here, right? Then world up and local up are the same. World forward and local forward are the same. World right and local right are the same, or I guess left in your case since it's reversed, right? World right and local right. Whereas as soon as I start to rotate this in 3D space, right? So this is the local forward, right? World forward is always straight at you. Local forward depends on how this object is being rotated, doesn't it? Okay, and the same thing for the other two axes, right? Local up is always straight up. Or I'm sorry, world up is always straight up, going up on the screen. Local up depends on how it's rotated. Okay, and same thing for left and right. So, what does that have to do with perspective? So, 1-point perspective, I would argue, is objects that are rendered with no rotation, only translation. What does that mean? So, I have my object here. It is not rotating at all. It is just moving up, down, left, and right. Oh, interesting. Watch what happens when I move this up and down. So if I put this directly in front of the camera, right, straight on like that, notice that you can only see, again, this is a cube, right? All the sides minus, like, you know, the flexibility of the cardboard. All the sides are exactly the same. All the angles are 90 degrees, right? You trust that, yeah? I'm not trying to trick you or anything. You can test this out with any cube that you have at home. Okay, so if I hold it up directly in front of the camera like this, okay, it is in 1-point perspective. You can only see the front face. If I were to suddenly move it up, look at that. Suddenly you can see the bottom of this object. And you'll notice that these lines going forward and backwards along the z-axis, they kind of taper and converge. And if I keep going, it's kind of hard to do this in real time, right? But if I hold this still, they will kind of taper and converge to some vanishing point that's like roughly where my eyes are, right? And if I bring it straight down, you'll notice that the top does the same, right? These kind of taper and converge to some point about where my eyes are again, right? So this is why they call the horizon line eye level, because it's dependent on where I'm looking, although kind of not really. So if I just move this up and down, left and right, and you can see if I move it left or right, now you can see one of the sides, and they start to converge back here as well. And the same thing if I move it the other way, right? You can see one side, and they start to converge back here. If I move it up and to the side, now you can see 3 sides. You see the front, you see the side, and you see the bottom as well. Okay, and just like before, all of these are kind of tapering back to the same point. Okay, so that's what it means for something to be in 1-point perspective. It means that it has no rotation around any of its axes. It's just moving up, down, left, and right. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? Okay. 2-point perspective is if I start to rotate it in one axis. Okay, so if I go like this around the y-axis, right, I'm rotating it around the y-axis. Now suddenly you can see 2 sides, and both of those sides are tapering. And if I move it up or down as well, now you can see the bottom. And so all 4 of these sides are tapering. Whereas if I had it in 1-point perspective, the front and back are parallel to the horizon, but the sides are tapering. Whereas in 2-point perspective, I'm rotating the object, and now we have 2 sets of converging lines. But notice all the vertical lines are still perfectly parallel. Okay, and if I bring it down, you can see 2 sets of converging lines, but all of the sides, everything that is up and down, is still vertical, still parallel. It is not converging. Okay, and if I move it to the side, you can get more extreme angles here, right? And that shows where that's tapering back into space. Sorry if I'm like looking all over the place. I'm trying to focus on, you know, positioning the box and talk to all of you at the same time. Okay, but this is something that you can try yourself at home, right? Hold the object up, look at it, and move it around and see like what sides you can see. Okay, and so it doesn't matter. I can turn it around the x-axis, but I can also turn it around I could rotate it around the y-axis, right, up and down, but I can also rotate it around the x-axis, the side axis here. And if I tilt it forward, I get the same thing. So now, in this case, all of my horizontal lines are parallel. Okay, again, ignoring the fact that this is kind of bendy, right? So it'll probably be easier to tell if I do it like that, right? But here, now you can see I have two sets of tapering lines going this way, right? So one vanishing point will be up here. The other vanishing point will be somewhere down there. Okay, and again, I can move it left to right, and you can see I have two sets of converging lines, and then all of the horizontal lines remain perfectly parallel. Okay, so that's all that 2-point perspective is, right? So 1 point is we have no rotation. We just move up, down, left, and right. 2-point is we're rotating around one axis only, right? Either around the y-axis or around the x-axis, but only one. Okay, so we rotate, and then we still do our translation. Okay, and so the reason why you get different vanishing points is because if I have it rotated this amount, they're tapering off to 1 point. If I rotate it this amount, they're tapering off to a different point. I guess it would be this way. Okay, again, I'm having to do everything mirrored here, but hopefully you get the idea. Hopefully that's clear to you. Okay, so I can take my reference cube and I can rotate it however much I need to. Okay, and use that as a guide for how to draw my lines and how to figure out where the vanishing point should be. So that's 1-point perspective, 2-point perspective. 3-point perspective is when we're rotating on multiple axes. So 2-point perspective, I'm just rotating on this. 3-point perspective, I'm rotating on this, and I'm rotating on this. Okay, so now you can see there are no lines that are parallel to the tops or the sides of the screen. They're all converging somewhere. Okay, so I can be looking down at the object, I can be looking up at the object. And again, I can still do translation, and the more that I translate it, the more extreme this angle becomes, right? So the more I rotate it, the more extreme it becomes. And the further I move it away from the center of the screen, the more extreme it becomes. So that is all that perspective is capturing, is the three-dimensional rotation of an object. Now, remember we were talking before about notional space, okay? Notional space is the smallest box that you can put an object inside of. Well, just as we were doing in 2D and drawing objects within a 2D box, okay, you can draw objects in a 3D box as well, using similar techniques. So, we were talking before about using sighting and measuring techniques, right? The faces of the clock, right? The different angles for all of the hours and the half hours and the quarter hours, if we need to get that refined. So, what you can do is if you need to draw something in perspective, figure out what the box is that that object is going to be in. Okay. Rotate the box to fit that direction. And then figure out, using sighting and measuring, what these angles are. And then you can draw a box from any angle, from any position, without having to do all of the construction lines that go into vanishing points and all of that nonsense. Okay, we're not going to touch 4-point perspective just yet, or any of the higher stuff. Okay, that's more advanced. Okay, most people have a hard enough time with 1-point perspective, let alone 2-point perspective, let alone 3-point perspective. We're not going to touch 4, 5, 6, or any of that stuff. Okay, and in fact, you don't even really need to worry about that so much with some of the techniques that I'm going to show you. So, with that said, hopefully that is clear. Let us go back into Krita and get rid of all of this garbage. So now, we have a box, Okay, so we have X, Y, and Z. Okay, and then we draw through the form, you know, we go to the negative of each of these as well. Okay, so this is plus X, this is negative X, this is plus Z, this is negative Z, this is plus Y, this is negative Y. So those of you coming from Blender space or from game design space, right, whether you're working in like Unreal or Unity or Godot or something like that, you're probably already used to seeing these transformation axes, right? So let's pick a better brush here. Right, so you've got X, you've got Y, and you've got your Z. And then you have your cube, which sits inside of those and is parallel to those. Okay. And we can move it around, right? We can translate it around, and we can rotate it around as well. So let's say that I want to draw a box that is at some weird angle like this, right? Let me bring this up for you. So some weird funky angle like this where I have like complex 3-point perspective. So what I would do is I would say, okay, I'll pick one line to be my reference line. Let's say this one here, okay? And then I'll draw that. And then using the same sighting and measuring techniques, I'll say, okay, what is the angle of this? 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 Okay, and then connect all of them up. So this will be my reference angle. Okay. And we have this angle, this angle, this angle, this angle. And then again, using sighting and measuring, I would figure out how long this is. Now, I've been doing this for a number of years, so I can kind of do it by eyeball and guesstimate what actually looks right, because I've looked at tons of boxes from a bunch of different angles. Okay. If I needed it to be actually precise, then I could go ahead and I can draw, right? So again, drawing through these, right? So we know that these two lines are going to taper somewhere off here. So I'm not drawing it out away from here. I'm drawing it closer to that. And the same thing for this. I'm not drawing this wildly out that way. This is converging this way. Okay. And then if I need to, I can always extend these out to make sure that they are in fact converging one way or the other. I mean, they'll either converge this way or they'll converge this way. Okay. So that's great. So now I want to draw a cube in another orientation. Okay. So I pick my reference angle. Okay, cool. We've already drawn 2 cubes, and we haven't drawn a single horizon line or vanishing point. Let's see. Let's pick something a little more straight on. Okay. So this will be in 2-point perspective. Okay. See how quick and easy that was? Let's say I want to tilt this back a little bit further. Okay, no problem. I know that if I'm tilting it back, or sorry, rather than tilting it back, I want to tilt it around more. So I know that as I tilt one way, as I rotate it, one side is going to get a lot smaller than the other, right? This one will get a lot bigger than the other. Okay, so that is essentially the way, and again, I'm thinking about it in terms of, you know, X, Y, and Z. And something you'll notice, right, is that the main, right, in game design, they're called AABB, or axis aligned bounding box. And why is that? Because this box, right, each of these lines is aligned to one of these axes. So if I actually continue this line all the way through the middle here, this should be where this axis actually emerges from. Okay, so this one line is aligned to the Z. This one line is aligned to the X. And then this one line is aligned to the Y. Right, same thing here. This is aligned to the Y. This is aligned to the Y. This is aligned to the Z. This is aligned to the Z. This is aligned to the X. This is aligned to the X. And it's just these other ones that taper. Either this way or this way. Okay. So thinking about it in those terms and just rotating this transform around, okay, figuring out, I don't remember where I saw this, but I know that somebody had 3D printed an axis, 3D printed transform axes. Yeah, something like this, okay? You could even get something like this and use this for your perspective, right? A little transform gizmo. And that's actually even easier to wield than this little cube. Or you could 3D print one yourself, or you could make a model in your favorite 3D program and then just move the camera to position it wherever you want that box, okay? So just like we were doing the notional space for our bottle, okay? Let's do black. So just as we were doing the notional space for our bottle, right, so let's say it comes up to about halfway. And then we've got a sphere on top of here. And then we've got another smaller box like that. Okay, so just as we were able to fit our bottle inside there, once we learn how to rotate a box in 3D space, we can then learn how to rotate objects within that box in 3D space. And this is going to be a very useful skill that we develop when we eventually start to get into things like anatomy and foreshortening, where you have objects at extreme angles like this, okay? But if you can fit an arm, for instance, inside of a box, and you know how to rotate a box in 3D space, you can rotate that arm in whatever way that you want, even very extreme angles. Okay? So, that is that. Hopefully that's clear to everybody. And then pretty much just the way that you get better at this is just from practice. There's not really much more that I can say about that. You just take a bunch of cubes, practice sighting and measuring, and then eventually you'll start to internalize, you know, you'll be able to mentally visualize what the angle should be at any given angle, which is how I'm able to do stuff like this. So if we go back to our image here, copy this, paste, and reduce the opacity on that. Okay, so for this, again, we have our main box here. So that's our main cube. And then we could, remember what I was saying before about how we can partition a square up into halves and thirds and quarters and so forth. We can do that in 3D space as well, right? It still works in perspective. So we can figure out where the center is here. Okay, so that's the center. And then this arc is kind of like a circle. Well, we already know how to deal with circles. Right, it's like a quarter circle. I guess technically it would be a spiral, but for sake of simplicity, let's just say that it's a quarter circle. Right, remember we divide that up into eighths, we go a little bit further out, and then we draw the arc. Okay, so we have, if this will be the center of our circle here. And the other thing we can do, you'll notice that I have this line here and this line here. So if I were to draw an actual square straight on, obviously this side and this side are the same distance, right? We all agree on that. So that would be the same even if we rotated it. So if we come back to our box here, so this star shape, this slot here, right, is clearly in the middle of the box, right? It doesn't matter how I rotate this, it's always going to be in the middle of the box, okay? So if I rotate it in space, in some kind of weird perspective, okay, I'm trying to do this, all right, so this distance and this distance will still be the same. So if I divide this in half, and I divide this in half, and then connect the two, that will be the exact parallel, but in perspective. Oh, sorry, you guys can't see. Okay, so what I was saying is, if I divide this in half, this line here, divide that in half, divide this line in half, and connect the two, that will get me the exact midpoint, and it will be parallel to these in perspective. So I can do that in any orientation, right? So I take this line, divide it in half, take this line, divide it in half, connect the two up. Oh, look, I've just created the exact midpoint in perspective. And it's parallel to those, or at least it will look parallel to those, right? Your brain will interpret, obviously they're not parallel because they're converging, but your brain will interpret it as being correctly parallel, because that is how we observe actual objects being oriented in space. Okay, so again, we take our, so we have our quarters, we have our eighths, and we draw our circle like so. In this case, a quarter circle, right? Quarter circle. And so we can get sort of the bounds of where this goes. So let me get rid of this for now. Okay. But all of these are just cubes. Okay. That's just a cube. So if I zoom in here, I have my reference angle. In fact, just to show what a boss I am at this. Okay. So we have our cube here. Okay, we've got our arc going like that. So remember what I said before, a curve is just a series of straight lines, right? If any of you have ever taken calculus, okay, you have the slope of this line. Well, that slope would be each of these little boxes rotated in space. Okay. So again, drawing through the form. And so we have one going this way now, slightly at an angle. Again, drawing through the form. Okay, so now our angle is going up this way. All right, so now our angle is going up even more. Okay, so you can start to draw these very complex shapes without needing to draw any stupid friggin' vanishing points or horizon lines or any of that stuff. Okay, and then you can put things inside of this as well. So that's going to be leading into our next point, which is talking about projection. So let's just take a minute and see how chat is doing here. We have Pain and Code and Prosser, welcome. Sounded like the how to draw owl step 1 a circle and step 2 the rest of the owl, but yeah, interesting tip. Well, you had to be here for the constructive drawing part that we were doing before. I'm just kind of speed running through all of this to give you a high-level overview, and then it's up to you to take these principles and then apply them. Thank you, Prosser. We are having a nice day. How do I do such long streams? I have answered that many times before, and part of that comes from having been out in the real world doing really difficult tasks, having a very hard life, such that doing this is probably the easiest thing that I've ever done. I'm doing something in Krita that is way beyond your imagination. So that is hopefully the point of this stream, is that you go and watch it from the beginning, okay, and you understand all the steps that we took to get to this point, okay, so that it won't be beyond your ability. Okay, so we're now going to talk about projection, and I'm not talking about your cringe coping mechanisms or accusations either. So we have our little star block here. As you can see, we have printed on it this question mark and these little dots. If I were to hold this up straight like this, okay, and I were to draw a grid of squares on this, we could map out exactly where this entire question mark lives, right? So in fact, let me show you. So we have our square. Right, and again, we could do the whole, divide it evenly into halves, quarters, eighths things. I'm just gonna eyeball it for now. Okay. We'll go to eighths. In fact, it might be easier to do this in Illustrator. Okay, so we're here in Illustrator. So we divide up our box. All right, you've seen me do this before. You get the idea. So what I'm going to do instead, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So we have our grid. And yes, I know I could have just used the grid tool. Okay. So let's say that up in this corner here, we have our little dot and our little dot, something like that. And then we'll just say that let's just say that that's our question mark, okay? So if I were to group all this, okay, I can stretch this, and the relative proportions remain the same. I can skew it, and the relative proportions remain the same. Right? Doesn't matter how I rotate it. whatever extreme angles. Okay. So we come back in here and get rid of that. So we know how to go from a square to a square in perspective. And we know that if we divide this square up, that will remain the same in perspective. So if I want to draw my projection in perspective, I can redraw this grid. And again, halfway point, right? Divide that in half, divide that in half, connect the two, divide this in half, divide this in half, connect the two. Okay, I'm just going to do it by eyeball. So this is something else. If you don't want to have to draw all these diagonals, okay, just take the midpoint here, the midpoint here, midpoint here, midpoint here. Okay, you can take the midpoints of all of these, right? Because we know that if I take the midpoint here, it'll be the same. If I take the midpoint here, it'll be the same, right? So the same thing is true in perspective. So that's a quick and easy way to make a grid. And then I can just divide these up even more if I need more resolution. Okay, so that quickly I was able to create an 8x8 grid in perspective. Everything is perfectly parallel, excusing my quick and dirty chicken scratch here. You can go and take your time and be meticulous and make it absolutely precise. And I just realized I was on the wrong screen, so nobody even saw any of that. Sorry about that. So what I was saying is we know how to go from a square to a square in perspective, and that if we divide this up, it will remain divided up. Okay, so if I take the halfway point here, divide it up in half, that will still translate into perspective. So if I divide this in half, this is the same distance. If I divide it in half again, this is the same distance. The same thing is true here. Half, half again. Okay? So we're all caught up there. All right, browser, take care. So get rid of that for a second. And I'm just going to hold this off on the side as a reference. So we said that the corners have our little dot. And again, if I want to make these absolutely precise, I can draw a box. I could draw a box within the box. I could even figure out exactly what proportions I want this to be. So say I want the inner box to be a quarter the size. I could do that, right? And then we can draw our same projection with the circle. Okay, if we want, we don't have to. So I'm looking at my grid example here. So 1, 2, 3, 4 down. So 1, 2, 3, 4 down. This is where we said that our question mark would go. Okay, and then 2 up. And up again. And over. And so then I'm pretty much just following the grid at this point. So this is 1 wide. And 2. And over. And over and down 2. And up 2. Okay, and then all of this gets filled in like so. And then as you can see, if I bring this back over, right? This looks exactly like this, but in perspective. All because we were able to draw and map out grid points. We can do the same thing with a curve as well. So on my cube here, right, we don't necessarily have a strict grid of shapes. But just as I was saying before, that when we make a curve, we draw a series of straight lines and then we round it out. So I can draw these straight lines and then round them out. Okay. And in that way, we can draw curvy shapes, and I can do this for any shape, right? If you guys in chat, give me a shape that you want me to draw, right? So I can draw some kind of weird blobby thing like that. Well, if I can find the notional space for it, right, the smallest box that it will fit in, and then I take that box and I divide that box up in half again, and just keep dividing it up. Okay, something like that, let's say. So let's go this angle this time. Okay, so half, half, half again, half again, half, half, half again. Okay, so now we have a perfect grid in perspective. So I just go square by square. And again, I can get as specific with this as I want, but for our purposes, I'm just going to eyeball it. So this looks like it goes up to here and cuts into this square a little bit, and looks like it goes up to about the middle of here before coming back down. And so roughly about where that 8th line is. And dips in just a little bit here and cuts back across and up. And you get the idea. And in that way, I can make any kind of shape that I want. Okay, I could even do some like really extreme angle. Something like that. Again, half, half. So now half, half. So do you guys feel like this is something, after everything that we've talked about, with a little bit of practice, you could get really good at? And figure out how to just copy stuff with graph paper? Okay. And the other thing is that this works on a curve as well. Okay. So we talked before about how to draw cylinders, right? So we have our box. And then we divide this up to make a circle. Okay, and a little bit outside here. And coming up and around. Okay, so we've got some really complex curve. And I'm just going to freehand this one. You get the idea. So the farthest part out, we connect that because we're not going to see anything underneath it. And same thing on this side. Okay, so let's say that this is our curve. And we'll just cut it here. And dash on the back side. Okay, so we have a curve that's kind of like this shape, right? Something like that. So we can divide this in half again. And in half again. So in half again. In half again. So if we can draw one circle like this, we can just project all of these, just like we did with our bottle. Okay, so what I'm doing is say this is the side of my box, right? I'm dividing it up into a grid, like so. And then for each of these, I'm making essentially a front face like that, that then will get divided up into our little arch like that. Okay. So if I were to reduce the transparency of that, then the final result would be something like right? So you've got an arch like this. You've got an arch like this. You've got an arch like this. And so forth going on down the line. And then we just connect them up. Now, the hard part is going to be, how do we determine how to divide this curve up? Okay, well, there's a couple ways we could think about it. A lot of them are just fudging good enough. So if we think about, if you've ever looked at 3D models, right, at low poly, something like a circle is really just a polygon with a bunch of straight lines. So a sphere would then be just a series of quads like this, all connected on top of one another. So we could think about it in terms of each of these being like a low poly quad. Or something else we could do, if it's a nice rounded object like this, take our circle, and just like we divided it up into the clock faces, I know that if I take a circle front on and I divide these angles, that this will be exactly half, this will be exactly half, and these two will be the same size. So since we have our circle here, and I know that if I put this in a box, and I connect this all the way to the corner, that's really bad, let me do that over. So if I connect the diagonals like this, okay, and then I have my circle inside of that, I know that where this line is, that segment and that segment will be exactly the same. Okay, and I could do it any number of ways too, right? I could divide it into thirds, just like the clock. Okay, so instead of having 4 slices, now I have 6 slices. Something like that. So here, I can take the diagonal and the diagonal, and the same thing on the back side. I take the diagonal, and where that diagonal intersects the circle is my point. And then because this is straight, I know that I can just connect these two, and that'll be perfectly even. And same thing here. So connect the diagonal. Okay. So essentially we have something like this. Okay. And then I just, now that I have my grid, I just go and I map this object to it again. So let's do blue, just for clarity. Okay, and the middle section comes up like that. And there's just this little bit that sticks out here, but otherwise it's kind of hidden. Right, all of that is completely on the other side. But that is essentially how you can map any object onto a plane, onto a curve in perspective. And if you can do that, okay, then eventually you get into things like 3D modeling, 3D rendering, 3D texturing. Okay. So let's say that let's say that I have my arm, right? And I've got like some kind of tattoo or something on my arm. Never get a tattoo, by the way, but just for sake of argument, okay? If I know that the tattoo looks something like this, if it's straight up and down, then I can use this planar projection and I can draw the shape in like this, in perspective. And have it be reasonably good enough. Depending on how much time and care you put into it, it could be technically precise even. Okay. So that's it for perspective. Hopefully you guys were able to learn something as a result of that. So now we've done notional space, we have done deconstruction, we have done reconstruction. The next thing that we're going to talk about is the idea of model sheets. So we can get rid of all of this. Yeah, so this is just showing how the idea that these projections have a lot of real-world application in particular things like 3D modeling and being able to map out UVs, right? So you have UV unwrapping where you're taking a three-dimensional form, unwrapping it, and putting it into a square plane. Well, what we were just doing is sort of the opposite of that, taking the square plane and mapping it out onto this grid of objects here. So in animation, okay, you're drawing 24, 30, 60 frames per second. Say half of that if you're drawing on twos, meaning that you're duplicating every frame. So let's say you're drawing at 30 frames per second. Okay. That means you are drawing 30 images every single second. So for, let's just get out the calculator here real quick. So 30 frames per second times 60 seconds per minute times 60 minutes per hour times 3 hours, right? So for a 3-hour animated movie, you're drawing 324,000 individual drawings. That is a lot of work, okay? So if you were to draw something like Zelda concept art, so imagine trying to draw 324,000 versions of this versus 324,000 versions of this. This is obviously a lot simpler, right? So you could draw 324,000 versions of this or 324,000 versions of this. So there's a reason why artists use cel shading, abstraction, simplified shapes, toon shading, okay? Because it's a lot easier to draw a cylinder with a little line projected around it than it is to try and do all of this complex grading and so forth. Usually that kind of thing is reserved for like a background that you know isn't going to move. That way you only have to draw it once. So for instance, old school animation frame, color, what would be a good example? You may notice, if you look at old school animations prior to the era of CG, that you have the things that move, in this case Mickey and the broom, and the things that don't move, in this case the background. The background, you'll notice, looks a lot different stylistically than the stuff in the foreground. The background has a lot more texture to it, it has a lot more dynamic lighting to it, whereas the stuff that's on the moving objects is all done in this very simple two-tone style where you just have a light side and a dark side, or in the case of particularly shiny objects like this metal here, you may even have a third highlight on it. Okay, so this is what's known as cel shading, and this came about as a result of what I was saying before about how if you're doing a full 3-hour movie, you are having to draw 324,000 frames, and it's a lot easier to draw this 324,000 times than it is to try and draw this 324,000 times. It's also a lot easier if you're doing something simple like this to make it more consistent, so you're not getting like wobbly, jittery lines, for instance. And so you'll notice things like his arm here is basically just a tube. It's basically just a cylinder. This is just like a rounded cone. This is just a cylinder. This is just a cylinder. So the way that animators and artists are able to make this all smooth, okay, right? His ear is literally just a circle. There's like no three-dimensionality to that at all, okay? Whereas all the other three-dimensional stuff is very simplified. The reason that animators are able to do this and do it consistently and have it be smooth and crisp is because they create what are known as model sheets. Now, if you were to look, here's an example of like the Simpsons model sheet. If we were to look at something like the original Simpsons concept art, Simpsons concept, can't type right now. Sure, we'll go with that. Okay, so here is some of the original concept art for The Simpsons. Okay. Obviously, as you can tell, they still kind of look like the characters that we know and love, but there's no real structure. These drawings, they all look very flat. They're very unorganized. You know, how many points does Lisa have on her head? How many points does Bart have on his head? Right? Look at these angles here, these wild curves. You know, how would you go about trying to draw and replicate these hundreds of thousands of times? And how many seasons has The Simpsons gone on, for instance, right? Imagine trying to have to draw this consistently thousands and thousands and thousands, or even millions of times. You would go absolutely out of your mind. So what artists did instead is they took the original concepts, they abstracted them, they simplified them down in such a way that you can easily redraw them, all right? And it doesn't take somebody necessarily of a lot of skill to be able to draw them. So if we look at Marge here, okay, so her hair and her head are all these same size balls. Her hips are the same size ball. Okay. Her body is just a squashed sort of egg shape. And then her limbs are more or less just cylinders, okay, with a little bit of bend and flex to them because cartoons have a little bit of that wobble to them. But starting this as a basis, okay, and then building up on top of them. So this is how animators and artists are able to construct things using constructive drawing, using those same basic shapes that we talked about in the artist's alphabet, to then go and create more complex things. Now, this is not terribly complex, right? Certainly less complex than this, even. But if you could draw spheres and cylinders, you can pretty much draw 90% of what makes up Marge Simpson, right? The only exceptions would be, you know, like her hands or her shoes and her feet kind of thing. But everything else, right? So you got like a torus, which is basically just a cylinder wrapped around itself. All of the rest of this stuff is just circles, spheres, and cylinders. Some of them a little bit squashed or stretched. And then, you know, points and lines. We talked about points and lines as being simple elements. Okay. Her nose is just a cylinder with a sphere on the end of it. Okay. And then for consistency, they created a sort of canon number of little hair strokes here to go around her bouffant. For Bart, you know, he's got a set number of spikes on his head. You know, Homer has exactly 2 little hairs, and when he's in 3/4 view, it's exactly 2 spikes. When he's in a different view, it's exactly this number of spikes. You know, Lisa has exactly this number of spikes on her head, as opposed to that many number of spikes. And look, they're all different sizes as well. Whereas here, they're all roughly the same size, right? You could draw a circle here and a circle around the outer edge, and they would all line up and match perfectly to that. So artists generate model sheets for this very reason. And especially for a series like The Simpsons, where you've got, you know, tons of action, it's a lot easier to pose these objects if they're very simplified versus trying to pose these objects. Okay. So just as we were drawing boxes and cylinders rotated in space, you can start to draw boxes and cylinders rotated in space to generate specific poses. So Disney does this as well. Right, so here's the model sheet for Goofy, for instance. Okay, he's got a big old sphere for his belly here. His arms are simplified down to cylinders. This cuff here is basically just 2 cylinders jammed together. His fingers are more or less cylinders. His palm is more or less a sphere that's been squashed down. His legs, you can see, are cylinders. And even if you're not doing strictly normal cylinders or boxes, you could do tapered cylinders and boxes. For instance, right, so I could draw a cylinder straight like this, or I could draw a cylinder that's tapered like this. Okay. Or I could draw a cylinder with a bit of a bend in it, even. Something like that. And the way that you would do this is, okay, so remember, we already know how to project a circle onto a cube, onto a square. Right? We've done this a bunch of times at this point. We know how to render a cube in perspective. Drawing through the forms. Okay. So for the base cylinder, it would just be something like that. And the reason why we always start off as a cube is because, again, it gets us those axis-aligned bounding boxes, right? We can easily tell the angles from those three axes, up, down, left, right, back, forward, okay? So if we want to turn it in a particular way, we just turn our axes, and then we just sight and measure what that particular angle is. We draw the box around it, and then we fill the box with whatever it is. So for something like this, instead of drawing the box with all the sides being the same, we draw the box with sides being different. And then we just connect up the edges like so. Okay. Same thing for a twisty box, right? So we've got the bottom here, we've got the side here. And then we would connect these up. Like so. And we can add a twist to it. So instead of connecting them directly like so, right, instead of connecting this one to here, maybe I connect this one over to here, and this one to here, and then this one to back here, and then this one to over here. So now I have sort of a twisty box. And then if I draw my cylinder inside of that, okay, so now where is this point going to connect to? Well, it's going to come down the middle here, and it's going to go somewhere on the back side. Where is this point? Where is this point going to connect to? Well, it's going to come up the middle here and connect to something like that. So now you can see I've got sort of a twisty sphere, a twisty cylinder going. And if I draw this in red over top, now we start to see we get sort of a very complex shape going. Right? So being able to animate shapes like that, right, is a lot easier than trying to animate something really complex like this and detailed like this. And even this is actually probably pretty simplified down. So and then a lot of other shows do the same thing. So for instance, we got Danny here. Danny, you can see, is made up mostly of straight lines. So if we bring him into Krita, just like we saw with Goku at the beginning of the stream here. You know, straight line, straight line. You could also do things like, you know, referencing relative to here. So straight line, straight line. So for instance, if I know that this hair point always meets the end of his eyebrow, I can use that as a reference, right? This is in line here. Okay. All of this is very straight. Humans don't look like this, right? All of this is very straight. Now, part of that is stylistic. And again, just because it's in 2D doesn't mean that we're not still thinking about it in terms of 3 dimensions. Right, so we've got a cube here for his fist. And then as we start to animate him, what's a good example? Actually, this is a good example. So we take those same straight lines, but then we can round them out. In fact, here's a perfect example. See, Danny is made up of simple shapes. So we've got a cylinder for his torso, cylinders for his arms. Okay, so it's a lot easier to draw a cylinder with foreshortening than it is to draw some like really complex shape. Although even that, you know, I'm still kind of basing it off of the cylinder, right? Cylinder. And we've got these nice flow lines. Remember we were talking about curves and arabesques and how arabesques create a sense of flow. This is all one continuous line, one continuous curve going through all of this. Okay. So this is how we can begin to use constructive drawing in a way that's actually applicable to the real world, that will increase your skills, get you paid. Okay. And so once you start to develop a familiarity with how to do the basic shapes, then you can kind of, just as you are able to expand your vocabulary in terms of written language, you can expand your visual vocabulary and your visual library. So just as you saw me do here before, right, going from a simple cylinder to being able to draw like a more complex shape consistently, something like a bean shape. Right, so I can draw this same bean shape. And if I ever need to simplify it down, I can say that this bean shape is basically just 2 spheres or 3 spheres put together. So for instance, that's how we originally drew Serket, was originally like this 2-circled bean-shaped character. Okay, and then like a big old circle for her head. And coming around. And cutting in. And like a tube for her neck. And then circles around for her necklace. And then just little tubes for her hands, for her arms rather. Circles for her hands, cylinders for her bangles. Right? And so you can start to draw more complex things with consistency in any pose that you choose. And all of this just from basic shapes. Triangle for her foot. Triangle. Right? Okay. So you can start to build up complex characters from those basic shapes, and that's the main idea behind constructive drawing. And once you've done this for a while, you know, once you've gone through the crucible of drawing cubes and cylinders and spheres and all that stuff and developed some muscle memory, then you can just kind of start to freehand them like this, and you'll be able to get really quick with all that stuff. And then you can cut into them, you can add to them to eventually get to things like humanoid shapes. Okay. But that's all down the line. The main thing that I want you to focus on, the main takeaway from this, is to build up a basic visual library of those same basic shapes that we talked about all the way at the very start of the stream when we're talking about the artist's alphabet. Right? These shapes here. Right? Points, horizontal, vertical, diagonal lines, curves, triangles, squares, circles, pyramids, cones, cubes, cylinders, and spheres. Okay? So, how long have we been going so far? Been going about 5 hours. So at this point, what I had intended to do was to eventually get into drawing Pokemon using this system. Unfortunately, it seems like we had family come over unexpected for a visit, so I am probably going to have to attend to them for at least a couple of hours. It's already 6 o'clock as well, so I'm going to be ending the stream here. We will be back in a little bit, probably a couple hours, or maybe even later tonight. It depends. I wasn't expecting family to be coming over, so either late tonight or even tomorrow, we will be starting the the Sasquatch Studios game jam. And then I will have to pick this up probably after how to actually apply the constructive drawing principles to drawing something like Pokemon, right? But hopefully you guys were able to take something away from this and go and practice drawing basic shapes. Try and make take existing characters, deconstruct them, reconstruct them. And would love to see what you guys come up with. We have a link down in the description to our Discord. If you we have art channels on there, so if you guys make anything, be sure to sign up there and share your progress. And also leave a comment down below. Let us know if any of this was helpful for you. Also, please make sure to like, share, and subscribe. And yeah. Join us for the Sasquatch Bee Studios Game Jam. We'll be streaming that. Again, depending on how long family stuff takes, it'll either be later tonight or more probably tomorrow. But that is going to be it from me. Thank you for joining me here, and I am Marussia Dark. This is Serket Studios. Take care.